Welcome to the Nomad Network, your first stop for complete and comprehensive Chicago Bears football coverage. Dive deep into analyses, updates, and all things Bears. Subscribe to our YouTube channel today and never miss a beat. Thank you in advance for your support. We promise to bring you the best because together we're unstoppable. Go Bears.
Yo, no maniacs. Welcome into another edition of Some Extra Sauce. And we got a show lined up for you guys tonight. A lot of stuff to talk about. Of course, some Bears and plenty of that stuff with 10 days out. Getting pretty exciting, man. I can definitely feel it in the air for sure. You know, my bones always tell me when it's time for football, and I definitely feel it in my bones. And this time of the year trips, man, it's always hard for me to maintain my exuberance, man. It's difficult, man, because it's just in me. And I get to thinking about it, and you wait all this entire offseason and all that stuff builds up, all the moves, the transactions, the draft picks, and everything that happens in the offseason that gets you going and get you ready for a football season. Plus, you know, when it's in your DNA, man, it's a certain amount of calm your ass down that has to happen over here. That's so I'm in that place right now, just trying to maintain that semblance of, okay, you ain't been playing football for a long time. Why are you getting so damn jacked up all the time? That's just in me, though, man. But that's where I'm at, man. How you been doing, bro? Now the Canuck shows up.
Well, you know, you got to make a grand appearance. You know, on that CPT, Canadian People Time. So it's cool. You know, I'm looking forward to the camp and the season as well. But I am living in the moment because while it may be 90 degrees plus outside, I'm loving it. You know, it gives me the opportunity to walk around in my let's say my skivvies. And you know, for the show tonight, I had to get formally dressed and throw on this shirt because you know I like my skin exposed to
Man, we don't need to know about the business you got going on at the bottom, man.
Because I could stand up.
You don't need to know that. No, man, don't.
You know, so I'm all about sharing with the peoples. So I mean, I'm enjoying the summer for what it is. You know, the flavor of the smoked and charred meats. And you know, whether it be the brats or the ribs or the chickens or you know whatever it is you might be chewing on, and then everybody's enjoying you know time at the lake or the river, you know the beaches, you know some water activities, not that kind, kids, not yellow water. You settle down.
Okay.
So it's like enjoying the summer before the camp kicks off in a scant few days, weeks, if you will. So yeah, it's all good in the hood. And for those that did visit sportschicagostyle.com, made a few more changes. So yeah, it's a little more user friendly to navigate, a little more laid out, and it's all you know, shout out to Coach Tripping, Chef Trips, and Trip himself. So, you know, that's the Sports Chicago Style crew. And yeah, make sure you are subscribed to at Triple RSCS as well as the Nomad Network and Kids of Canuck. And speaking of Kids of Canuck, look at you, you pretty mother suckers.
Geez.
Man, I heard it was storming up out there that way.
Look at me. Look, hey, shout out to the team at SCS, man. They're doing a great job with the website. I got a quick little glimpse. I appreciate the UI improvements. Well done. As a technological MF myself, I do have to give my kudos and applause in that respect. Well done to the team at Sports SCS. Yeah, man, it's Wednesday night, man. Welcome on in. Thank you for coming through. Love having you, and hopefully you're with us for the long haul as we go through what we go through here on Extra Sauce. For me, as far as the week is concerned, things are pretty, pretty vanilla. Just really, I was in full triple R mode. I have to say that, man, full triple R mode. Skivvies and all that, just trying to beat this heat. So I feel exactly the same way you do today, man. I just threw my jersey on one time. I haven't been rocking anything other than shorts. And here we go, man. We like to keep our audience with us. So I put a damn shirt on it.
We don't need to see areolas.
You know what I mean? Nobody needs to see all that. So here we are, man. It's a beautiful day in Canada. Although today I should ask, did y'all get, was it smoky out there for you guys today?
Nah.
No.
What up, Smitty? No smoke.
No smoke. Okay, we got some of that wildfire shit going on. Like for me, I'll never understand it. I'll never get it. Out west, I get it because it's all trees and it's dry. The further west you go, the drier it gets. Where I'm at, man, is a valley. So long story, it's a valley and a swamp. It's just water everywhere for the most part, and that causes mad humidity. So like on a hot day like today, it's extra hot. When it's cold, extra precipitation. It's just a little bit of a thing. But then like wildfires on top of that, like who? You know what I mean? Like it's so.
Are there actual Canadian wildfires?
Yeah, is what I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling you. In this general vicinity of the world and where I'm at, I can't even. It doesn't make any logical sense to me.
It's Mother Nature and it's the planet saying, F you humans, because what is it? Utah, Colorado, Wyoming area. There's wildfires burning domestically here.
Okay, I wouldn't expect like Utah maybe, but definitely not Colorado. I wouldn't have expected Colorado because then again, elevation maybe, right?
Good thing you said. I saw about a week or two, about maybe a 2-week forecast, maybe about a week and a half. Y'all should be dealing with a good steady amount of rain here right about now or coming up soon. So that might help.
Well, shit just got rid of flooding, so they can't have too much rain.
No, you know what I'm saying? So like we're good with all that, but I'm saying it's wet over here, and it just blows my mind that there'd be wildfires. Yo, shout out to Midnight Aim. Thanks for coming through, Midnight and 18 Benjamin Williams. What it do?
Benji.
But yeah, man, just weird for me. I'll never understand it. It doesn't make much sense. But I got up this morning. I had a business call, and I was on with some folks. But they're just about 2 hours away from me, and they're like, "Yo, you been outside? Is it smoky where you're at?" I was like, "Actually, I went outside for about 5 minutes, and yeah, it's smoky. I don't understand it." And we had this, general same conversation, but it was a much better conversation than this one because it turned into a multi-million-dollar deal. There you go. But outside of that,
$5.
you know what I'm saying? Hey.
Cloud chasers, everybody, man, that just busted up in here. Midnight Aim, Smitty Q, who else just busted up in here?
Ben Williams too. Ben Williams is here too. But yeah, man, like that's been my day. Outside of that, just enjoying regular life, regular business, trying to sharpen my pencil, as my man Richard Pryor used to say, and make a little, couple of bucks here this summer, man. Because if all works out right, I'm trying to see a game, man. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get out to where y'all at, see if I can catch a little bit of Soldier Fields action before they wind up in Hammond. I'm messing with y'all, but like, who knows where they wind up? Wash forever.
Well, it's that's the thing about the change of, the possible, definitely leaving Soldier Field, but possibly leaving the state. Is like, most of us have gotten over, or some of us have gotten used to the fact that, like, whatever, but for those like yourself who never, graced Soldier Field in person, many of us in the area, we take it for granted because we've been there so much and we've been by it so often, whereas yourself coming from, Canada, it's like, man, I got to see Soldier Field, before they're not there no more.
That's why
because then, things are like different historical wise and shit. So it's like, shout out to everybody internationally, because I remember when BCP brought over C-Dub from over there, Europe or wherever the fuck he's from. And, you know, he came over here and just had a good old time. You know, so, you know, a shout out, you know, I hope you do get down here and then bring that $5 with you.
Yeah. So that's my hopes, man. My birthday's on the 28th of September. So that's a Monday night game. I'm hoping, I know I'm in Toronto for the week before that on some business. So I'm hoping I can clean that up, get out of, maybe fly right out of Toronto and head on over to
what is that, the Eagles game?
Yeah, it should be a good game, man. Should be, like I'm saying, it'll be a good game. We won't punch Philadelphia in the mouth again. So I'm trying to do what I can to guap up a little bit between now and then, so I can make a real go of that and come out and see what's popping in Illinois. So
well, let me briefly give you guys a quick little rundown on what we're gonna be talking about. Of course, we got a little food, no drinks tonight, but we got some other stuff to help cover up the space there. Got a couple of movie reviews if we can do them, couple of album reviews if we can do them. We also got some hot stuff to talk about when it comes to doomsday survival. I think you guys, everybody, I think needs to be tuned into that, man, because we're gonna have to move according to some of the stuff that's about to happen here. So real quick, you know, a little statement that's made there, but we're gonna have a long conversation about that, I'm sure. Also, some UFO stuff, the fourth batch of that came out, and we're just gonna look at I found on Twitter, I found a little basically a what do you want to call it, a condensed video of a bunch of all of it that's come out, because I know we missed a lot. There's been 2-3 batches that came out since the last time we covered that subject. So I found it all in one little condensed video, and we probably won't be able to, we'll look at it all, but I'll probably glide through some of it so we don't have to sit here for 25 minutes watching it. We'll get to that. Yeah, we're gonna do regular stuff like we normally do here. We're gonna have a good time doing it. Because I did, before I get into what was going on with me this week, I did try to get with you to see, because I couldn't.
I caught that, but I was in business, and then I couldn't get back to you. I can't remember which one, what we was talking about though.
Me neither. I turned off the end of the show, and I know it happened towards the end of the show.
Yeah, I can't remember what movie I was talking about at all.
Should have just went back, man, because your ass ain't you just, I don't know what's going on with you these days. You just don't communicate the way you ought to.
Well, like I'm saying, I'm trying to guap, bro. Like I don't know. To be honest with you, I don't know what's going on either. But these last 4 weeks, I've walked into a bunch of deals, like a lot more business than and normally in the summer months, July, August, and even June, it starts to really slow down because everybody's off on vacation and stuff, and it's harder to conduct business. But for some crazy reason, these last 4 weeks, I'm into a lot of business, man. So I kind of been all over the map, just trying to stay afloat and close this stuff so that again potentially I can make a little appearance. But yeah, that's been my little story. It's been wild and crazy, man. Work's been wild and crazy, and I expected it to be super duper slow and boring, and that I would likely be behind schedule. If everything works out the way that it looks like it's gonna, I should be well ahead of schedule by September, by the end of September for sure. So I'm hyped, man. I'm hyped, but a lot of extra work going down right now for me.
That's good, man. And prosperity. I love when anybody's able to get that. You know, I'm not a hater. I'm a congratulator.
Oh,
so
gee.
keep getting your forward momentum, man, and keep grinding. Whatever you got to do.
Yeah, man.
Hey, this week I've been healing, man. Healing
So what that really means is this week you weren't out there trying to dig up somebody's stump.
Nah, I wouldn't.
No bush for you this week.
No,
I could have. No, I couldn't.
You woke up and was like, "Oh, my back, my neck,
bro,
my neck and my back."
Let me tell you something, man. When I woke up,
yes, Shaq.
By the time y'all talked to me, I told y'all about the swelling. I had some serious swelling going on, man, like limbs and shit. Everything was swollen up. And it's taken this many days since I talked to y'all about that for the swelling to go down. The swelling is pretty much gone. And now I got I think I hyperextended my elbow, man, while I was over there. And so now I'm just kind of if I went to the doctor right now, I bet you they put me in a sling just so I can stabilize my arm. I just need to stop extending it right now and just, picking up stuff with my hand or with that arm.
Yeah, just gotta rest it, man. Like you could put it in a sling, but I know you, man. You'll
you gotta isolate it sometimes, but your ice, your heat, but then you still gotta, I know you don't want to, like, you don't want to force the issue if it's injured, but you still gotta get that range of motion in there.
We gotta
work it out a little something.
We got Iranians in the cut. That's wild.
Welcome in. Everybody's welcome here.
Damn.
But,
I'm Canadian.
We all don't agree.
Come right out, man. I'm from Canada.
We all don't agree with what this dude is doing, but that's a whole other conversation.
A whole lot of shit going on here too.
Mm-hmm. We may get into some of that later.
Yeah, but like
not at the beginning of the show.
Y'all know what
alternate between heat and ice? You doing all that?
Not yet. I'm about to go there, but do you know what a hyperextension is?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that means you went beyond
pushed it too far.
range.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. So it's basically a flexure inside, not a flexure outside.
My accent is like y'all in Iran. That's interesting.
Yeah. It's I should be over there doing stuff, but it's better just to go ahead and heal first. I'll probably be over there early this week though. Probably early this week. I'll probably be
if you hyperextended it, then you should probably actually have it in a sling.
I know I should.
Yeah.
I've seen cats that got hyperextended elbow, and
well, don't be knowing you should and then don't do it.
Or at least get a tensor. You have a tensor floating around?
Man, I got a lot of shit floating around. It's probably in a box or something.
You know what I mean? Like I could have bet that you had a tensor. Oh my, that's
yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that.
In the comments, we just gotta watch how we say the words.
Yeah.
Keep the comments coming. Just watch the words you put in the comment section.
I'm sorry to hear that, bro.
I am too.
Yeah, it's fucked up all the way around.
Yeah, you said it. But yeah. Find a tensor will probably set you straight, man. At least you'll be able to use the arm a little bit.
Yeah, man. It's bro. I can't wait to get back out there and get some more of that bread because it was really good money.
Oh yeah?
Oh yeah, man. You get money.
Yeah.
Do you think you're going back?
But you see how how long you're a week?
Yeah, I was going a week.
And now you've been laid up for a week?
A lot of the stuff right now seem like the job is going to be in and around the city. And so right now until the next, whatever happens, you know what I mean? But man, dude, it's good money. You can't really turn it down. If you one of those people that's willing to, put your body through a little bit, man, and you know how to do certain things and keep yourself safe while you're doing it, you can't beat the money.
Yeah, but you got to remember your useness of what you can do and could do are two different things as you age.
That's true.
He don't believe any of that, man. He gonna go out there and bust his ass either way. Like he's
his busted ass gonna learn.
But that's what happens afterwards. His ass busting will come back and remind him how old he is.
There's limits to everything, and I'm talking about physical, mental. Everything's got limits to it. You know what I mean? I wouldn't do nothing that I didn't think I could do.
But that's a problem.
Sometimes you be thinking you can do a whole lot of shit that your body be like, "Are you crazy, nigga?"
That's the problem, man.
What you don't know is like nobody can tell Triple R what his body can and can't do other than Triple R, and nobody can tell Kedge what his body can and can't do. I'm different. I'm just different. I always have been, always will be, man. I can do stuff normal people my age can't do.
I'm just letting you know my body been telling me what to shut the fuck up for the last 5 or 6 years. Like just hey man, what do you think you do?
Even though I'm saying I think I could still do it, but the frequency of like just say hop on the turnstile.
I'm telling you, man.
It's like, oh yeah, I can still do that.
I'm falling and I can't get up. So I know, man.
When I explain, when I say this, man, I don't know if y'all think I'm exaggerating or not, but there's only one thing that I would not try to do that I tried to do when I was 20, and that's try to dunk a basketball.
Okay.
Everything else, I'm doing it.
Man,
that's how different I am.
I'm telling you, man. I was playing this about 5-6 years ago, man. I was playing my son and my nephew, man, and I threw my leg. I thought I was gonna die, man. I threw myself up off the ground, and I said, "All right, we done." And they were like, "Where are you going?" And I just turned around and walked right in the house. And I was super happy that I could still walk. But you know what I mean? I felt that for a couple of days.
Well, felt that. Right now, I will hear it all through my body, in my head, that if I even walk on a hardwood court, my knees will look at me, feel me, and both of them will say in unison, "Don't even try it."
See, it's funny you say that, because like that's one of the first things to go for most folks. My knees are all right. Like me and my cousin, like when we work out,
some wood. Shit.
Oh, you're damn straight. me and my cousin, when we work out, he's like, man, like we hit the squats, man. He's like, you know what? I can only do so many of these before my knees remind me how old I am, and it's just like a running gag between the two. And I'm like, I can do this. This is all right, man. I'm okay. But man, this wasn't no knees thing I'm telling you about. This was my quad saying, brother.
What you thought?
What did you think, man? And that was it.
I'll tell you one thing that I do notice that's different. It's like, depending on how much I do physically, the next day I can feel the tension in my back a whole lot.
Oh,
you can feel the tension. I got sciatica. So
well, you got to start stretching more, because I can tell you don't.
Yeah, get that yoga or Pilates type flex going, man. Get into some of that.
Yeah, Pilates is real good for like the sciatica and your core strength, which helps with that. But then the yoga as well, just flexibility, because overextending, hyperextending, is a little bit minimized when your joints are a little more mobile like they used to be, like let's say 10 years ago when you was doing more than you doing now.
Say just imagine this. I don't know if you ever seen a heavy bar.
Yeah.
45-pound heavy bar?
No, not a heavy bar like a weight bar. I'm talking about a heavy bar that they use to when you're getting up tile in a commercial, in a industrial plant or something like that. You probably ain't never seen one. It has a spade on the bottom of it, a sharp spade that cuts into the tile. It's pretty goddamn heavy. If I dropped it on your floor, it'll thud and make you jump a little bit because it's that heavy. Now you grab one of those, but you got to secure it with your hands when you're throwing it to dig up that tile. If you do not have a good proper hold of it and you thrust too hard and that thing goes over the top of that tile and it just flies away from you and you try to grab it, it's gonna pull your shit, and that's what happened. Trying to, because somebody's in front of you and that thing goes flying, it's gonna cut somebody's damn ankle or something. Something's gonna get cut because those things are sharp. So I had to hold it so the person in front of me didn't get hurt. And so that caused the hyperextension. So I'll take the hyperextension.
So I mean, basically, you was a defensive lineman and you reached to make a tackle, and offensive lineman got your arm pinned up in there, and your arm went like ah.
Yeah, he kept going.
Yeah, so it was just either hold this thing, because I felt it as it was getting away from me, and I grabbed it. I was just like, it's either gonna be this or this guy's gonna be missing like 6 months of work, and he can't afford it. You know what I mean? So it was that.
Yeah, those on the job injuries, if you will.
Yeah, man. Right now, people can't afford to miss that kind of that much work.
Well, but that's the thing, though. If this was a regular gig, you'd be missing time right now.
Mm-hmm. That's a good thing, though, man.
Right. At least I know how to get around this shit.
At least it's contract work, and you can spend a little time.
I'm ambidextrous. Y'all didn't know that, but I can do anything with both hands.
You know what?
The stranger takes on a whole new meaning.
I'm just saying, everybody who's ever told me that is a liar. That's all I got.
The ambidextrous?
Yeah, man. I've never met a truly ambidextrous person.
Only thing I can't do with my left hand is right. And I'm starting to do that pretty decently. Anything else I can do.
Okay.
I was born left-handed, bro.
Yeah, okay.
That's
crazy.
I told you that story that my mother thought that, when I was born, she thought that lefty.
Yeah, you did, and she made you go right. You know what's funny? My grandma did the same thing, but like that's what they used to do that, and that's what they did for my mom's too. They bundled her left hand and made her write with her right. So my mom could write technically quite like I have to say this, my handwriting is garbage. So she could write with both her hands better than I can write with my good hand. But that's all she could do with her left hand, and that's why I was like, "You're full of shit." Even still, Mom, you're not. You know what I mean? You can't throw a ball with your left hand. You can't do anything other than write with your left hand. And she was like, "Yeah, it's otherwise it's basically useless." I'm like, "So how does that make you ambidextrous?" And I'm talking about my mother right now. We're just crazy.
She's capable of a lot more than she probably knew she was. Just naturally, her instinct take over, and you do shit left-handed just by your nature. I do it now.
My son's the same thing, man. He says the same thing, and I tease him about it all the time. But what I have to give him is he can do one thing I could never do with both hands, and that's shoot a basketball. Like I can throw with my left hand. Even at that, it's not great, but I can do it. It's semi-accurate.
You catch with both hands?
I can catch with both hands all day long. I can't shoot a basketball with my left.
Swing a baseball bat both ways?
I can like lay up with it. You know what I mean? Like if I'm driving the lane, I can switch over and lay up. I can lay up, but I can't
shoot.
Like I can't shoot with my left.
You can, but it takes a little muscle memory to get it down. I used to piss my peers off all the time because I was able to fuck them up on the court because I can do anything with either hand. They think they got you treed up. No, you got me treed up. I'm going to the other side, boop, boop, in the hole. You know what I mean?
True Pilgrim's right there with me, man. Like I can dribble with my left. Like there's no problems there. I can throw with it. I can catch with it, but I can't shoot perimeter shot. No, brick city, airball city. You know what I mean?
It used to really piss me off when I was a kid because my mother was so damn determined to make me a right-handed person. I used to be like, why? She used to be like, damn it. This ain't no left-handed world. It's a right-handed world. You're gonna see that when you get older. And she was right.
She ain't wrong, bro. She's not.
But here's the thing with that is I was editing some video for Trip Kundo, and part of their philosophy is knowing how to, throw whatever strikes, punches, kicks with both hands, from both stances, whether it be a right hand fighting stances or left. Both stances, both legs, both hands, from those stances. And then also something that a lot of people don't think about is when you are training, whether it be for a self-defense thing or a martial art, or even if you are a concealed carry person, you should always train with your other arm, your non-dominant arm.
I thought that was a known. But
well, no,
it is.
Well, and even if it is, not everybody does it because you never know when your dominant arm may be injured. And so now you have to do everything with your offhand. So if that includes your firearm or any kind of self-defense or just around the house, alternate days, just put an arm in a sling, even if you're healthy, and just use your non-dominant arm for your daily tasks and activites.
Yeah, they're witches.
A lot of older people associate left-handedness with evil.
He's not joking, man.
I'm
telling you, first time I heard that one.
No, man, and you're like the horror movie guy, man. But like Salem,
I never heard that, right?
I'm telling you, in Salem, they used to be like, "Oh, she left-handed." Yo, we're gonna put her up on the thing. You know what I'm saying?
Burn her.
I'm telling. Oh, you right with your left hand? Okay, we gonna keep our eyes on you.
Witch.
You man, you casting spells.
I remember one time I get in a fight, and I'm hot dogging. You know, I'm getting out. This is after football practice. I'm in like the 8th or 9th grade, and we walking all the way from the school because we all live in the same neighborhood. And some dude owed me some money because he stole my books out of the convenience store. He didn't know it. Him and some other dude. And I told him, I got word around. I told him when I catch him, you better have my money, else I'm getting in that ass. And so, you know, some weeks went by. My mother had to pay for it, and she mad at me. Why you ain't watching your shit? And I was just like, fuck this. I found out where he lived at. And I walk over to his crib, walk right up to his door, his whole damn family in the living room, whole family. And I told that boy, I said, man, you got my money? I said, if you ain't got my money, come on outside. We got to get it. And he said, I ain't got your money. I ain't taking you. I said, you a damn lie, man. He said, well, we going to have to fight. I said, man, look, it's going to be bad for you. I said, man, I ain't going to even do you bad. I'm going to put my right hand behind my back, so I'm going to whoop you left-handed. I guess he thought that was sweet. He took his shirt off, and I just jabbed the shit out of him until he couldn't take it no more. Busted his mouth all up. I just was jacking his ass up with my left hand. He couldn't even move because every time he got ready to do something, jab right in his mouth, pop, lighting his ass up. But that's that ambidextrous shit. And, you know, you never know who you're running into. You know, I can punch with the left hand, I can kick with the left foot. Everything.
Yeah, you know what you do, kids. You switch to southpaw and you tap the right jaw.
See, that stuff I can do just because of like the little bit of fight training that I've had over the years. I can definitely go left with my punches. Kicks for sure as well, because I played a lot of soccer as well. I played about 13 years of soccer, so kicking with either foot, no problem. I've done some martial arts as well over time. So I'm you know, I can go, like, the one thing I can't do for sure, you know what I mean, just can't do it, is shoot a basketball. And it makes me mad. Like, to be frank with you, it makes me super mad, because then I would have been super dangerous on it. I was pretty bad MF back in the day, but super dangerous if I could go the other way. My boy, my good friend, he could go both sides, no problem. And I'm like, damn, bro, like, that's a whole other level. I don't know how you guard that. That's a tough thing to guard.
Hey, one other interesting thing that happened this week, last thing before we get into other stuff. My girlfriend, you know how you got it. Your girl is you know, I don't know how your girl is, kids, but mine, she plays tough pretty well, man. You know, tough chick, man. And you know, all this week, you know, at first I was just like, yeah, she always used to me being around at night. So when she goes to sleep, she sleeps well. And she every day she called me, or I called her. I'm up at 7 in the morning. I'm up at 8 in the morning, 7:30, 8. And she sleeps till about 11:30 every day when I'm here. Every freaking day. And so when she started telling me that, I'm like, oh, she got something going on subconscious. She's a little nervous. And so, but she still played it off. And when I got here, I was just like, okay, we getting ready to go watch The Bear, right? We getting ready to binge that shit. And she was just like, I need a nap. And out of nowhere, she really never does that. Like, what's wrong with you? She's like, I just need to catch up on sleep. Man, when I tell you, she slept every bit of 6 hours in the middle of the night. I mean, I'm talking about she probably went and laid down, 7:30, 8 o'clock, man. She slept hard. And so, you know, that took a toll on her, me not being here. You know, I live in the hood, man. So I live in one of them, like, places where it's like that. You know what I mean? But we safe over here. People don't fuck with us. But yeah, that's in her subconscious. I felt bad for that. But I asked her, I was like, you're going to be all right if I got to go for 3 weeks or something like that? You're going to be all right if I got to, you know, stay for an extended period of time? She swears she's going to be all right, but I don't know, man. You can't miss that much sleep.
I know what you're talking about. I laugh at that here. My wife can be like that sometimes too. And the reason I laugh at it is because I moved out of the hood. So I'm no longer in the hood in any capacity. We have a nice little spot. It's about 15 minutes away from the hood where my kids grew. Not 15 minutes. Like it's you could walk there, man. It's like a 5-minute walk from the hood, but it's in a nicer upper scale area. Long story short, in the hood, out of the hood, ain't nobody walking up into my crib. It's like, and this is like just the general. You ever see like? You may or may not have seen this, but either one of you ever see Bowling for Columbine? Bowling for Columbine?
Yeah,
I don't think so.
I worry more about the people in the suburbs than I do here.
I'm just saying in this movie, so Michael Moore at some point goes to Canada across the border, and he starts walking into people's cribs. Just opening the door and walking in their cribs in Canada. Hey, I just wanted to see if your door's unlocked. He's walking in.
That's a Midwest thing too, you know.
Okay.
People not in this part of the
I was just gonna say I would not suggest that in the Midwest hood either. You know what I mean? Like I wouldn't suggest it, and I'm not
in the Chicago area, but I've heard Iowa people. I've heard people.
Man, I'm just saying it's a little bit less. It's a little bit less worrisome to me. I do like there were times in the hood where things got a little sideways with other people, and you never know. So you know, the real upside is I've had a dog for many years, and that also helps. You know what I mean? But just not something I have any sort of worry or fear about. We've got enough cameras and things along those lines to take footage if the footage is required. But if I'm gone, I expect everything to I expect to basically come back home and everything's status quo. And she does have some anxiety sometimes in those situations, but I kind of play them off because it would be so obscure for something to pop off on, like where I'm at. Like where I'm at is my street is surrounded by 4 schools. You know what I mean? Like it's a very, very suburban situation, and you just wouldn't. I just wouldn't expect something like that to go down unless, like, straight up, unless it was like somebody had a personal vendetta against me and wanted to get at me personally.
Here's the thing, kid. And let me just, and I don't want to put shit in your subconscious that really shouldn't be there, but it's something to think about. Now I'm just telling you now. There's more zombies running around, just roaming around. What do I mean by zombies? People out here with the combination of a bad drug addiction and mental health going on at the same goddamn time, just strolling around looking for opportunities. And those are quite prevalent even in the suburbs now, or in small little ass towns. They are everywhere. And when I tell you everywhere, you just need to have the interior of your home solidified so that when people decide they want to go twist on a doorknob or something like that, and they will pull on your sliding glass door or whatever, they just assume that people be asleep and I can come in there and see what I can find and I'll get out. Innocent stuff to them. But people that are on drugs or bad off in their mental health, they're not thinking normally. There's no rationality to that. They just want to get something and see if they can go get the next whatever. It's terrible, man. But that's alive and well, not only in the inner city, but out in your little small towns, out in the suburbs, but everywhere.
Man, I wish you were lying. Like I don't. I know that exists around here. Like again, there was a couple of dudes, and we're only 5 minutes away from that from the project that my kids grew up in. And there's a couple of dudes like what you're describing out there. There's a few of them. We had to keep our eyes on them during that period of time. Now we're just a little bit removed, but they could walk that 5-minute walk up over here and cause some havoc. And it's funny, man. I was watching, I think it's World's Worst Neighbors or Horrible Neighbors on Netflix this week. Either one of y'all catch any of that? No,
I seen the first couple of episodes. That shit took me off.
Bro, it is exactly that. And it should. Some of the things that go down, like there's 2 episodes where it's just somebody.
Hold on. Before you explain that episode or 2, is it just me, or is it now? Do you find it that neighbors are becoming a little more territorial and standoffish? I'm noticing that, not in my vicinity, but people in different places, like especially in the suburbs, they're getting like they're like all kinds of microaggressions over a little bit of space, or I don't want you to park here. I want you. That kind of microaggressions is what it is.
Well, my next door neighbor he wanted to pull a gun on me about parking.
Oh,
About park. We share a parking lot. And what would happen was, and this is the stupidest shit. Dumb stuff. So to start out moving in, I don't really mess with too many of my neighbors. Like my neighbor over here used to go to high school with me. I've known him for for a long time. We go way back. My next door neighbor on this side, right next to me, super cool. He's from Philly, man. We chop it up all the time. Super cool guy. But the guy next to me on the other side, initially he used to like he's a weird cat, man. So the when we moved in a couch. There was something wrong with the couch. We got rid of this couch immediately. I'm not going to get into details, but we got rid of it and put it out on the lawn like day 2 of moving in. Garbage days maybe 2 days later. And on day 3, my neighbor comes up to me, his wife, and she's like, "Oh, so like, what's the couch doing out here?" And I'm like, "Bitch, man, you don't goddamn." So I'm sorry, but like, who are you asking? It's clearly we're throwing this away, and you know what I mean. I kind of left it there, and I went about my business. But everything is cool, you know what I mean. Everything is cool. He would shovel my driveway and stuff during the winter, shovel his side because again we share the same parking space. But what wound up happening is my daughter, when she would go out with her friends, they would pull into their side, drop her off, and leave. And this is all that's happened. So they pull in because what my neighbor would do is he would actually use a snowblower and snowblow his lawn and park his 2 trucks side by side, lawn and parking space. So there's room behind. So there's always room behind. They drop my daughter off. She comes inside and whatever. So next thing you know, because they've got a camera facing outside, they're looking at this situation and they start flipping out. So my boy goes running outside and starts yelling at my daughter and her 2 friends about being in the parking space. And my daughter comes running and she's like, "Oh, the neighbor's yelling at me about parking." I'm like, "Well, then don't be parking in his space." You know what I mean? Like it's his property. I'm not even gonna argue with the guy about this. Don't be parking in his space. Park on the road. Park somewhere else. You know better. Manage yourself accordingly. But I'm talking to idiot teenagers, and they continue to do this. So next thing I know, it happens again, maybe 6 months later, and my boy is gone.
Technically, it's not his parking space, though.
No, it's his parking space, man.
It is his parking space.
It's his part. Like, don't get me. That's why I said, like, respect the man's stuff and don't park there. But these are kids that they're only going to do, 45% of the stuff you tell them, if that much, right? It's just facts. So my daughter's in the wrong. They're in the wrong. But this is petty stuff we're talking. We're like, where we get to, this is really petty. Nobody's getting hurt.
So the reaction was over the top is the issue.
Way blown out of proportion. So I come out now, my daughter comes running. Oh, she's like, "This guy has jumped in his truck, used his truck to block us from leaving. My friends can't leave, and he's saying he's going to call the police." And I'm like, "Well, like, what are the okay? You know what I mean? Like, the police are going to come up there and go, 'Sir, move your truck so they can leave,' and y'all going to leave, and they might have a conversation with you. That's about all that's going to happen. So if that's what he wants to happen, cool. But either way, I'm going to come outside. I'm going to talk to this guy, see what's going on." And as I go outside, he's pacing around the front of the car, talking about how he's going to go inside and get his gun. And I'm like, whoa, man. What are you doing? I'm like, are you threatening my daughter with physical assault over a parking space? Is that what's going on? Because I'm about quite like this man is about 5'2". You know what I mean? Like just to put this square. Like, if I put my hands on you, I'll destroy you. But if we're talking about your clack, we can go do that. That can happen as well. You know what I mean? Like we can do that too. So I come out and I'm like, "Bro, are you threatening my daughter?" And he's like, "Yeah, these effing kids and I'm gonna go get my piece." And oh, really? Okay, so you go get yours. I'm gonna go get mine, and we can go Yosemite Sam on the parking space. How about that? And his wife comes out and hears me say that, and she's like, "Oh, baby, get the hell in the house." And like from there, it ain't been cool with me, me and the neighbor. They could just it ain't been cool, man. Neighbors have a way of being super petty and super territorial over their little slice of life. I just don't have time for that.
I can see actually I can actually see his point.
No, and you know what? I can too, and that's why I you know what I mean. That's why I was like, "You're in the wrong." Like when my daughter and her friends eventually came in the house, I cussed all three of them out. It's like, "You guys are idiots. I've already had this conversation with you. You shouldn't be in the parking spot. It's his property." But
it's not.
But now him imprisoning them so they can't leave, and he mad about it.
What you do?
I'm tripping.
The response is supposed to be proportionate on his end,
right?
For sure,
proportionate in a way that there's a number you call, you get the boys over there, and y'all get that sorted out. You give somebody a ticket, don't do that shit no more. Over. You don't handle that yourself after you've had a conversation. You know what you do. What I would have did personally, if it was me living next to you kids, I'd have came politely over to you though. Hey, I had a conversation with your daughter a couple of days ago about parking in my spot, man. It's I don't care if I'm not here, but when I'm here, I want my spot. You know what I mean? That would have been about that simple, man. Can you talk to your daughter?
Absolutely, and that's what should have went down. Under the same pretenses, just to explain it again, it's not as if like his spot is being taken, to give the kids the little slight justification that I can.
How long were they there?
They're just dropping her off. So they're there for maybe 3 to 4 minutes maximum case scenario if they're doing it. They're just pulling in. He's already got his truck in the spot.
The second thing I would want to know is how far is the walk to his place?
The walk?
Yeah. From the parking spot to his place.
It's right in front of his house.
Oh, what the fuck? That's just territorial for no fucking reason.
Like, so my garage, we share the parking, the pave, you know what I mean? The pave way up to the garage, his garage, my garage, they're connected.
Oh, man, see, that's just,
you know what I mean? Like he's just being a jerk for being a jerk's sake. And again, I can respect that because it's your property. And I'm telling the kids, yo, it's his property is all the reason that he should be to be upset about this situation. But real talk, to even consider some level of physical retaliation for something as ridiculous as this is just foolish.
He's just tight. He's just tight about some other stuff that he won't tell you.
Oh no, it means his wife. It's like, you know what it is. Like, you know what I mean? It's the wife. The wife is saying, hey, like there's somebody in our parking spot. Go get them out. Go deal with it. And like the thing that made it the funniest is my brother comes by maybe the day after, if not 2 days later. And he doesn't know about any of this. And he comes and he parks up in that spot. Right? He parks up in the spot, goes to the door, knocks on their door and is like, hey, if you don't mind, I'm going to park my car here. Is that all right? And the wife looked him up and down and was like, yeah, that's fine, sir. And like shut the door. And he came in and he was like, hey, yo, what's up? Yeah, man, I'm parked up next door. It's cool. I talked to them. And we're like, you did what? We were just about to go Rambo in the parking lot yesterday. And you went over. Oh, man. He was like, what? So I had to explain the whole conversation to him, the whole situation. I was like, dude, I don't believe you went and knocked on these people's door, man. So, well, I didn't want to park on the street, man. I drive a Benz.
Man, you just got to make sure that you don't have no pettiness neighbors. It's like, you got a dog, all of a sudden, they throw like assorted chocolates into your backyard or something.
Oh, no. You know what they were doing? So, like, as far as pettiness is concerned, this man and or his wife were letting the air out of my tires.
Oh, damn.
In the winter. They would get up. They'd get up in the winter, let the air out the tires, jump in their whip and go off to work. I'd get up and I'd jump in my whip and try to, you know what? I just happen to have my own little pump, my electric pump. I go set that up and do it. But like, what was it threw me for a loop for a while. I was like, why is this one the one tire that faces them goes down all the time? Like, why is it this tire? These are new tires. Why does this one go? And then I seen this little douche pop his head up one early morning and jump in his car. And that's when I realized, oh, he's letting I caught him.
See, coming out of the hood, next step is like, oh, tomorrow morning you about to get an ice pick to all 4 of your joints.
Well, then
I don't play that. I don't play all that microaggression shit. Dude, I've been through a couple situations like that. One, when I was in the street, man, I had dude I can get $40, man, and keep my hands clean. Don't fuck with me. I ain't got to. If I got to live next to you and we got to just be around each other,
and go firebomb this thing.
He ain't gonna do none of that. He gonna beat his motherfucking ears together. Is what's gonna happen,
brother.
You ain't gonna be in no mood to be doing no microaggression. You're gonna see real aggression on your ass.
Again, I'm very connected in this city, whether positively or negatively. He works with a lot of people I know, and there could be an unfortunate situation at the construction site. I'm just saying there could be.
Damn, some shit done fell on him.
You know what I mean? Like you never know. Like my boy came over and said, "Oh, he's your neighbor. I know. I work with him all the time." I was, "Oh, you do? Hey, man, he been letting the wind out of my tires, by the way." "Oh, really? You want me to get him?"
Oh, word.
I had one dude. The last dude was in Georgia when I had my house in Georgia. He was I'm gonna be honest with you. It was some racial shit. And he started showing signs, and not like physical signs, but he started doing things, microaggression stuff, just I can't even describe to you some of the little shit that he did, but he went over the top. This motherfucker was getting up when he knew I was home, because at this time I'm doing emergency response. And so I'm here, I'm there. And what he was upset about was sometimes it'd be a week and a half, 2 weeks before I had somebody that would come over there, because we had an HOA. You got to have your grass at a certain length. And so I had somebody that would come through there when I wasn't there. He was prepaid. And for whatever reason, something happened one week where he didn't get it done on time. So I guess the grass got a little longer than it should have. And when I got back home, 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning, this motherfucker got a loud ass lawnmower. He's cutting like 7, 8 times right there by my side of the house. I know the grass is cut over there. A couple swipes in that little area, you gone. He's over there for like 15 fucking minutes going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And I just came outside, when somebody wake up and roll out the bed, come at you, that motherfucker mean business, man. He's pissed. I was pissed. I just told him. I just walked right up to him. I said, man, I'm gonna tell you right now, don't start all that motherfucking microaggressive shit because you don't like me because I'm black. If you got a fucking problem, put the lawnmower down. We can deal with it right the fuck now. But until then, man, calm your ass down. I'm not a bad neighbor. I'll barbecue sometime this week. You can come over to my house because he liked to drink beer all day. That's all he did all day was drink beer. You can come over to my crib. I'll buy the beer. But we got to stop this shit, man. We got to live next to each other. And that's going to be that. If not, we're going to have to do something right fucking now. And it ain't going to end good. Oh, dude, it's cool, man. He saw the tension in me. I guess because I had never spoken to him. We had never had a conversation. I was always polite. Hey, how you doing? About my business, in and out. I guess he thought I was just a cool guy and I wasn't going to say nothing. No, fuck that. You don't start that motherfucker no 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning running up and down my side of the house. Like, no, fuck that. I came out hot. I ain't going to lie to you. Shirt off, hand balled up. I was ready. Shit, I was not bullshitting, man. I was like, man, we ain't gonna have this shit, bro.
So he came out with that look, man. Yeah, I might be getting locked up after this conversation, but I'll be out on parole by the time you enter in rehab.
Hey,
you just timed this thing perfectly.
Hey, Trip. So he probably was scared to death because I had braids at the time, and the girl was just over there the night before. Took down half my braids. I had half up, half down.
Oh, damn. Looking like some old
you're confused.
Minister Society type
shit. Shit, he was terrified, bro. I seen the fucking fear in his eyes. It's like, this what you want? This really what you want?
He was, no, really they're not a hood ninja.
He was looking like his eyes said, "No, I really don't." I was like, "Well, chill your ass out, man. Come over here when I barbecue."
He's like, well, it's different online when I do this.
Nah, man. Then it's funny you say that because that's the type of dude this dude is, man. He out there at 6 a.m. with a snowblower. When it snows, he's out there crack a crow's piss. He's out there just running that thing, and it's loud as all get out. And like I'll get up and I'll go out and I'll look, and like if he's doing my side like he used to do it, I'll go back to bed and it's cool. You know what I mean? It's no big thing. All right, well, you're doing something for me. Like I don't have to pay attention to it. Now he just does it angry and only does his side. So what's cool is my brother-in-law does some of that snow removal on his own, like as professionally in the area. So he just comes by my crib, whoop whoop, does my stuff one time, and he's out with his snowplow, like with his whip. So quick and dirty. I don't pay $1 for it. I'm no worse for wear, and it makes him so mad. Like I know it makes him so mad. So long story short, fuck my neighbor, man. That's all I gotta really say.
One of these days, man.
Stalking ass wife.
Worst thing in the world. Long story short, for me, and I encourage you kids, try to find a bridge if you can.
No.
Sometimes kids, that requires being the bigger man and giving a little bit more than your proportion.
No.
Giving more than your proportion. Listen, man, I'm gonna tell you why.
No,
it's not fucking healthy.
Yes, it is. What are you, nuts? You crazy?
It's not healthy.
If I had any look,
if you're in a long-term living situation with somebody you got tension with right next to you, that's not
good karma. Good karma.
Look, there are karmic relationships under which I would do everything that you're suggesting because I respect these people and I, may benefit from having them in my life in some capacity. This motherfucker, I could give 0 fucks about. Like I can't impart that anymore to you. But that's just the reality. I'm saying, my neighbor on the other side, we cool. We drink, we'll barbecue up, we'll kick it, no problem. I just know that this guy's a douche, and I have no time for that. No, I don't have a minute for it.
I hear you, man.
You know what I'm saying? It's about that simple. So,
hey, long story short, for me, that guy ended up being, I ain't gonna say he was a good person, he wasn't. But I had to make the situation livable for me.
It's cool.
And him at the same time, so that he was okay with my existence. I'm okay with his existence. What I did was exactly what I said I was going to do. I barbecued, went and got a boatload of goddamn beer and cooled it up. And we sat out there and had a good old time talking about this motherfucker's a Georgia football guy. I'm a football guy, so anything football, I was right up his alley, man, because anything football related, he wanted to have extras and old conversations. And you know me, I can go on and on for days and nights with that shit. And so he ended up falling in love with me. So let's just say he loved me through gritted teeth. Let's just say that.
Hey man,
that's that hillbilly.
I've been through stuff like that too. When we were in the hood, my neighbor was a little bit like in the end we wound up hating the neighbor, but not the husband wound up leaving the wife and stuff. He wound up leaving, but for the first little while, like me and him had some tension, man. It wasn't really cool. Two males in different from different walks of life 100%. Like he's like a biker type dude, man. And we weren't cool. And it was all it took was one Halloween. I was out on the porch and we share a porch. I'm out on the porch and I'm giving away candy to the kids. And he came home and he was like, "Oh, what are you doing?" And I was like, what does it look like I'm doing? I got a basket of candy and it's Halloween. And he's like, "Oh," and he jumps on his motorcycle and he bails. But when he comes back with a case of beer, a cooler, goes in, gets ices it down, brings the cooler out, plops it in front of me, and he's like, "All right, bro, we giving out candy." I was like, "Oh, okay." And that's all night long, man. We just turned it up, bro. We were hanging out.
Bastards. Oh, y'all say that.
That's what it was, man. Me and Chucky just drinking, and to this day, me and Chucky are cool as all get out, man. He's good stuff.
What up, Paul?
Yeah, what up, Paul? It's always good to and I'm always about having good relations any way I can with whoever, as long as it's like, so if you are willing to have a a good amicable conversation, or you just willing to, don't be fucking aggressive, man, for
No, I'm
no
not.
reason other than being. I'm not talking about you. I'm just
Yeah.
I'm about in general when you're living around community. I got the mindset of I'm gonna be as welcoming as I can, so long as you allow me to be. But if you don't allow me to be welcoming, I'll cut that door off for you. But we don't have to get it to the point where we're doing little bullshit to each other, because I'm not gonna act the way you think I'm gonna act. I'm gonna fuck you up. And so
See,
I'm trying to avoid that step.
I'm very
I
much the same.
trying to avoid it. That's where I'm at.
Very much the same. If I can avoid it by all stretches of imagination, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to have a conversation with you. Again, even extend that olive branch. But I learned very quickly, you know what? These aren't my type of people. I don't like these people. I don't care if they like me or not. I think I'm good with that. And
Well,
I'm actually absolutely fine with it.
well, but see, that's the thing. I would rather be honest, and I think my face, gives me away, subconsciously. Because if I like you, I have a softer, more approachable face. But if I don't like you, I'm basically looking through you, and the person that I'm looking through gets that vibe like this dude ain't all the way there.
Or he don't,
Let
or
me
he
not.
don't
Let
like
me
me.
just not.
Yeah.
And,
I'm,
and,
I'm,
and
I'm
they right. They right.
Trip. I'm
But
terrible for that
I
too.
try not
Couple,
to try not to expose that.
they say that man a couple sandwiches short of a picnic round this month.
No, man. For me, it's that. So, I guess we'll eventually get onto that bear stuff, but it's like what I was saying about DJ Moore these last couple of seasons, and that's just Jamaicans have a hard time with body language. We do. Our body language is screw face attitudinal just about 24 hours a day. So unless I'm just being happy and around people that I enjoy, whose company I enjoy, you might catch me with that, like just that, you know what I mean? Just like, who is this guy and why are you talking to me face before I soften and accept what you're trying to, accept this conversation for what it's worth. It's just
I'm totally
how it
opposite of
is.
that, man. I'm a glitch in the matrix. People say I'm a glitch in the matrix because, as rough and gruff as my voice is and how I come across on this show, I'm like that on the inside if I have to be. You know what I mean? But that's not the way I present myself to people.
I
I
don't
don't present
have
myself that way because people. One girl told me, this chick named Sharice told me a while ago. She's just like, you know what? You scare people. I said, what you mean? Because I walk in the club and shit, and I don't know how I'm looking. You don't know how you look to other people sometimes. And she's just like, you got that pit bull in you. So what you talking about? She's like, people can see that pit bull on you, and like dudes get all nervous around you. And so I'm like, I ain't in here clutching or nothing. You get nervous around motherfuckers just reaching and clutching for something. You know what I mean? I'm just walking through but I guess, I don't know. At that day, I probably had something going on. Somebody had pissed me off outside the club. I'm working at my mama's spot, trying to manage the place. Somebody had probably pissed me off. She was just like basically trying to tell me watch your body language, man, because you're making people nervous. So you do have to be mindful of that.
I'm terrible. Like even at the club, man, I'm terrible. I will walk in, and again, super Jamaican. I will walk in with screw face until I get 3 drinks in me, and then I start to soften. And there has to be, if the music is bad, it's not a good scene. You know what I mean? I might look angrier. Just saying, man. More drinks, please. But anyways, man.
Hey, before we move on, Kez, remind me after the show to tell you my Jamaican posse story.
All right, right on.
What up, Ron? Ron just busted up in here. Paul Rodriguez,
Yes.
everybody, Liberty's Outlook.
What up, Ron?
What up,
Oh,
AC?
shout out to AC as well, man. Big
Biggin,
ups to AC.
Liberty.
El Gadio. Let me see. That's it right now. But all right, we can just jump on some Bears real quick. And what I got for us tonight is a couple of guys that we should have talked about the other night, but we just ran out of time, man. But it's a couple of free agents I want people to be mindful of. One is this guy right here, Emmanuel Ogbah, who is a defensive end, edge rusher 32 years old, 6'4", 270 pounds. Definitely fits the bill. I think we've been kind of.
How was this last season with Jacksonville? I wasn't really paying attention.
They had one of the more ferocious defensive fronts in the league. And he's a let's just say, in the world of really good edge rushers, he's average when it comes to that, or slightly above average. But he's great. He said he would help the rotation quite a bit. He's big, he's long, and he's got good edge. I mean, he's one of them older edge rushers, a little bit older now. He's one of those dudes that keeps getting better with time. He keep putting more and more in his bag, because I remember how raw he was when he first came into the league. I think he played with Detroit maybe a couple years, but he might have. That might be the wrong dude. But they had a guy similar to his skill set. But this guy,
no Detroit. He was in Cleveland from 2016 to 2019. Then Miami, and then the 1 year with 2 years with Jacksonville.
He's I think he's good for about 6 or 7 sacks a year if he gets enough reps. And that's qualifying for a guy that's going to be kind of like a supplement to your pass rush. That's qualifying right there.
So he had a bit of a down year last year. Now, he must have been injured. So he only played 13 games. He got the 1 sack. 15 total tackles seems low to me, looking at the rest of his trajectory from his previous years.
You always gotta measure that in proportion to how many reps he got.
That's why I went right to reps right away, right? So reps, snaps overall, okay. So snaps overall 323. That's I believe the lowest in his second lowest. Holy crap! His stats are very interesting. So in 2023, 246 snaps, 5 sacks. That's pretty good for, you know what I mean? That's pretty good for a relatively low amount of snaps. Following year, 732 snaps, same amount of sacks. Go figure. Then you get to 2025, 323 and a single sack. So that's why I'm saying he probably suffered some injury there, because again, it was only a 13 game showing for him. 28% of snaps he played that season.
I think that if he was at Jacksonville, what was he at, Jacksonville or Cleveland?
He was in last year. He was in Jacksonville, so it might just be rotation situation.
No, they just got a couple of young edge rushers.
That's what I
mean. Young tight edge rushers too. As a matter of fact, they just got nice pieces up front.
Yeah, they do.
Them and Cleveland have had that for nice depth for quite some time. And so
they're going to be they're going to be a sleeper pick out of the AFC. You know, hear me say that now. They're going to be a sleeper pick. They've got great things going on that defense, and the offense is finally starting to click as well. So,
yeah, that's why he's quiet. That's why he's quiet, Paul, because he saw 32 and he should shut down. He just mentally shut the fuck down.
I was gonna say, like, I made sure not to say. I made sure not to say the age.
Yeah, because I saw that. I was like, well, it's all right. Here's where I'm at. I get that it's a temporary situation, and it's like just for this year, but it's not exciting, doesn't get my blood pumping, because I'd rather have a Ute, coming up that has a higher upside than, what Mr. Ogba has, left in the tank.
Yeah.
I'm just not enthused about the left in the tank guys.
Well, here's the thing about that, Trips. I normally, just on its face, what you said makes all kinds of sense. But when it comes to production, when you already have a little bit of youth there, but you need some guaranteed guys that that can get it done the right way, that's where the vets come in at. And that's where they bring value. It's like when that second wave, third wave of guys come in, you need to have the same amount of production that you had when the first couple of guys go off the field. He can bring that to the table because he's like a starter. He's built like a starter and he plays like a starter. He's just in a supplementary role. So, but I do want to know, Ron Winarski pointed this out, wondering who he's talking about here. He says that we just signed a UDFA receiver. And he's a speedster.
That's who we were talking about last week, no?
That's the same guy?
Yeah, but I say last week. I think it was Sunday.
Amari Kelly.
Amari Kelly.
Oh yeah, Spark.
Kelly is his name. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, we talked about him just this past Sunday night on Nomad at Night there, Ron. You know, had a little thumbnail, all kind of good shit. Probably a short out there somewhere.
Yeah, I ain't got to that yet. I'll get it.
No, there will be a short out there somewhere.
But yeah, we got on that first thing. That was early Sunday. Got on that. But yeah, Akbar, man, I think he definitely fits the bill. He's 6'4", 270, good. He's quick and speed to power, and he's heavy. You know, so he supports that run well, and that's what they mostly want. Somebody that can support the run, help stabilize the run, and you know, that can get some kind of pass rushing acumen. Somebody that can at least get some pressures out there. He can get some pressure for sure. He's just getting better with time, man. And I think he's a stable player, man. He's dependable. I just like this piece out here, man. He's just one of several that we're gonna talk about. Not tonight. We got one more to talk about, but there's some guys out there. Don't think the tank is empty, man. And you know, you can get some help and you ain't got to spend too much money. But here's the next guy, probably an upgrade from Agba a little bit, some people might say, but there's Derek Bennett, 30 years old.
Barnett.
My fault. Barnett, 30 years old, 6'3", 260 pounds, a little bit quicker, a little bit more lean, a lot more pass rushing ability. Let's just say he's a little above average defending the run, but everywhere he's gone, he's held his end of the bargain up. I would say, just looking at him playing, I know he's listed at 260, but he looks more 265, 270 when you see him on the line of scrimmage. Because it's hard to, why I say that is because when you got him next to a defensive tackle that's a legit 300-pounder, you can hardly tell the difference between them. And that tells me he's playing at a heavier weight. And so the 260 might be a little fleeting. So, but this guy gets it done wherever he goes. When he was at Philly, when he was more recently over at the Texans, man, he just keeps getting it done no matter where he goes. Derek Barnett is a piece. Telling you that right now. Only 30 years old. He's at the top of his career and still getting better.
So, what I will say is the production's been pretty steady throughout his career. And I think that's kind of important. He's not a 8, 9, 10 sack guy. And that's not what you're bringing him in here for. He's sort of an all-around edge defender. You're probably going to get, 3 to 7 sacks out of this guy in a season, which again is definitely complementary to what we should be seeing in a year's time in a full season. Played all 17 games last year. Relatively low rotational type snap count, 30%, 350 snaps. Definitely higher end talent. And yeah, true. I really wasn't thinking about Barnett at all, but I think he, as a rotational piece, I think he would fit the bill too.
Now, question, not that, any of us can answer it for sure, but, why the mercenary career? Why hasn't he been able to, catch on to a team and stick, for a while? And second part of that question, at 30 years old, does he want another 1-year deal, or is he looking for like a 2-3 year, a little more guaranteed?
It depends on. I can answer that a little bit. Depends on where you get drafted and how you come out of that first contract. If you didn't get extended out of your first contract, your first rookie contract, and get let's just say at that time he's still kind of young and coming along in the game. And it's hard to tell whether this guy's gonna start really plateauing and really getting it when he's coming out of his rookie contract. How many times have you seen Trips us let go of players right there at the end of their rookie contract, and the next thing you know, boom, they take off the second place they go to?
Leonard Floyd. So the thing about this guy,
and Leonard Floyd has continued to go, a year here, 2 years there, a year here. That's how it would be.
Leonard Floyd is much more of a true mercenary in capacity than even Derek Barnett. So Derek Barnett's only played for two teams, right? He played Philadelphia for 6 years, which means that he did get a contract in the middle there. He did sign a 15 mil plus contract, which was more of a prove it situation because clearly there was a bit of a question mark. Why there was a question mark in 2021? He only secured 2 sacks. Mind you, had a 46 tackle season at 720 snaps. The following season, likely injury, played 1 game, 12 snaps, zeros across the board for tackles and for the
another thought is too.
He's probably out for
Vic has only been there probably less than a handful of years.
Yeah,
I mean somewhere around 3.
Maybe that was a peak. Maybe when did Vic get there? Would have been 2021. No,
3 or 4 years. About 3 years ago. I'd say about 3 years ago. And so sometimes that happens when a change of schemes come and they start changing over the different pieces like that.
So scheme change in 2023 would make sense, right? So that's when he goes to Houston.
Yeah. See, that makes a whole lot more sense than anything to me. They just change schemes and
plus he was injured the previous year. So Vic
that was you say is that 2022 we're talking about, you said?
So 2022 is the year is his down year.
Well, that's the year pause. He tore his Achilles in week 1, 2022.
That sounds about right, right? So he has to recoup. If Vic's coming in 2023, I believe the defense changed from a 4-3 to a 3-4 in that case scenario, right? And if that's what went down, he probably wanted to shift and move talent anyways. So off Barnett goes to Houston and plays well for the next few years. I'm not going to say he was a superstar. I am going to say that his snap count is very low at Houston.
They had a lot of D linemen down there, though.
Yeah, they did.
Yes, they did. And a lot of young D linemen, too, who would really take up that.
And veterans, man, because D'Amico Ryan's he likes those vets, man.
Yeah.
He likes those vets. He likes a nice little mixture of them. And he gets one of the things I would encourage you two guys and all the no maniacs out there listening to us right now. Shout out to everybody listening. Make sure you subscribe to Sports Chicago Style and Kids Canucks, as well as the Nomad Network, man. We do hard work over here. We would appreciate your subscription, man, because it's totally free. And so, listen, man, one thing I would encourage everybody to go look at, if you want to see how a defensive front in a 4-3 really supposed to look like, if you want to
look at Houston,
Houston, and you want to look at what the Bears are trying to do with the speed of their off defensive line, look at Houston. Watch how fast those dudes get off the ball and how powerful it is.
Yeah, and a lot of that comes with having, those backups that keep everybody fresh, being able to rotate. And, since Barnett has been doing that role in both of those aforementioned places because of those D lines, if he can be a piece here for a year, like how long would he want a deal for? I wouldn't be mad at him, for a year, in the rotation.
He may want 2 or 3. Like he's 30. He's at that age where he might have a few years in front of him, right? To still contribute on a football field. I don't know, Trip, whether the Chicago Bears is really looking for somebody long term, quote unquote.
At the most, he'll start off with a year, but if it's really good when he gets here, I can see him getting extended for a couple more.
Maybe.
But now that also comes into play if just hypothetically the Bears are offering a year deal and a team B is offering a 2-year deal. Now does it become a bidding war, or is it like, go ahead and good luck, Mr. Barnett?
It all depends on, this shit can go a lot of different ways. But if I was living somebody like Derek Barnett's life and it's kind of out of a U-Haul and you can't really get comfortable anywhere, what you want to do is wait until you got to find the perfect spot so you can really maximize your value. Not only your value, I'm talking about dollars and cents, but you always got to think ahead to your next check and your next contract. Where can I go to really maximize my value? Where can I really get down? Chicago is a place where he can really, really make him some more money. And I ain't talking about getting another contract here, whether it's here or somewhere else. He's going to get enough good reps here where he can make some money somewhere else or here.
That's true.
Put some good tape out there, get some nice reps, and now go back into free agency and sign a 2-3 year guaranteed deal.
Yeah, Joseph, he's available, man.
Yeah, he's available, man. We in the next couple of shows, we're gonna be talking about that probably through training camp. Some of the guys that are available that I think fit what we do, and I think brings a lot to the table. So that's why I've been doing it the past month or so, just to make sure people know who's out there, what they can do, who they've been playing for, what the injury history is, and what we think their value is. It's a lot more out there, man, that I think can bring something to the table. But I'm studying them hard so that I know, like, I can see this fitting in here. He's gonna have to have the right traits, right measurables, and all that, or he won't get on the show. But there's a nice bucket full of dudes out here we're gonna be talking about the next few weeks.
There's a few of them, yeah.
But
there's one that's super old that I really want to get Tripp's opinion on. But when we get to him, I'll remind myself that I said this.
You have to just write it in the private chat if you want to. I probably already know who he is, but probably somebody I plan on getting on down the road. But this is Derek Barnett. That's the second time I messed his name up. Derek Barnett, edge rusher, free agent, 30 years old, 6'3", 260 pounds. And that's kind of iffy. I think he's heavier. But, man, this would be a good piece to the rotation, man. He was solid. And who was that said that Houston had? Paul said they had the best defensive line in football. He's part of the reason they did. So if they are which I know the Bears front office and the coaches have some guys on the radar in case things go, not quite the way they want to. There's a list of guys that they want to be in contact with if they haven't contacted them already. And so smart money would say they've been in contact already with a bunch of these guys. Would you guys agree with that?
Oh, yeah, I'm sure Ryan Poles has done his due diligence around the league and is like, all right, agents, how much, do your clients want? And, what's the ideal situation they're looking for? And he has his Rolodex. And for the kids that don't know what a Rolodex is, that means like a list of layout of is like, all right, at this position, here are the free agents in case of injury. And here are the free agents or possible cut candidates that are upgrades to what we have and so forth and so on. So, Barnett's resume has definitely been across Ryan Poles' desks.
Yeah, I think the first part of that conversation, you can make this real quick. I'm talking about agent to agent. Hey, would he have any opposition to playing in Chicago? Yes or no? Well, let me make a call and make sure that I give you the right answer. He makes a quick call. Yeah, he plays in Chicago. That's a good starting point. And then you go from there. Then you start talking turkey. And you start talking about what Trips is talking about, what the roster looks like, how many, projected reps would I be able to get? You get, let's just say they get anywhere between 60 and 70 reps on the defense. Got to be able to guarantee him a certain amount of reps. Or he's probably not going to want to go there.
Oh, yeah, because I'm sure for the players, from their perspective, their agent, also has a list of teams that are, have interest or openings at that position. And, so they're looking at like, well, the Bears, have Dennis Allen and this opportunity, woo. But, also this team is offering, this opportunity, woo, woo, woo. And so it's up to the players as well in free agency to make those decisions. So it's not just like, well, Ryan Poles wants them, so Ryan Poles is going to get them. It's like, nah, they have agency in this. Free agency, that is.
That's right. Hey, one little quick question I would just want to ask you guys generally. Would you be playing? And this has to come from your psyche, not really from thinking too much. Would you be playing this game, especially if you're Derek Barnett or any one of these free agents right now, to be hunting a ring, or would you be hunting them dollars?
Wow.
Yeah, see, you about to think and say the wrong shit.
Well, it depends on the financial situation. If he has been, wise and, has money stacked away, of course, I would say he's going for a ring. But if it's like, damn, I'm 30 and, oh, shit, I've been tricking it off, as fast as I've been making it, yeah, I need to secure my future. So it's like the individual, perspectives.
Well, he's uniquely in a space where he don't have to think about that right now. He has to think about it because it's always a team out there that's willing to up the ante a little bit. But if they can get in the ballpark, he can also chase a ring here.
Well, this is what all I'm going to say, and it's right along the lines of where Trip was. It is sort of an individual case scenario. If you're one of those guys who actually had the opportunity to actually sign, big money contract, then it's a ring, right? That's what you're looking for. If just considering the two guys that we've discussed here, they haven't really had big money opportunity. They've got sort of middle of the road money opportunities, and then unfortunately, in both cases, wound up getting hurt and sort of had to try to reclaim at an older age. So yeah, definitely everybody wants a ring, but I think a couple of bucks might do just fine too.
Well, but then there are a lot of players that do sign contracts, they're older players and they're going to shitty teams, and it's like, oh yeah, they're going for the money. Mm-hmm. But then that brings up the question: would you rather be the best player or the best and most highly paid player on a losing team, or the lowest paid, worst player on a winning team?
Well, Trips, you know what, man? It's like the movie Hollywood Shuffle, man. If you ever seen that, if you've never seen that, that's an old
Robert Townsend
written film. It's one of the funniest movies you ever want to see in your life.
The post office is always
but the Hollywood Shuffle is all about trying to fit into where Hollywood is shuffling you to. You just don't know once you get into that. Once you're thrust into that whirlwind, you don't know where the shuffle is going to land you at. And in that case scenario, I tell you what, when I start realizing that football was more than just a game that I enjoyed playing and it's so much fun, when I went to college, it became more of a chore. And, not that I did not enjoy the chore. I enjoyed the chore, but everybody didn't. And so everybody didn't come at it from the same angle. And I can understand that, you're in the NFL shuffle now. And so even if you are there to try to win a championship and that's your goal, and money is just something, all right, we make money while we're doing it, but I'm here to get a ring or two or three, however many. But every time the shuffle ends, you end up on a team that has no shot at fucking ever, and nothing. Then how does that change your perspective? You know what I mean? So, it's depending on who you are. I think while you're in that game and playing that game at that level, I think I can see some people's perspective changing on that. That's what I would say. But y'all want to talk about some food? Anybody hungry?
I'm hungry.
You're hungry? Hangry?
You're about to make me hungry.
All right, we'll see about it. What we got here, y'all?
All right. All right. Real quick, before we get to it, Red Baron depends. For example, I would never want to.
Hold on, let me take this down before you read that.
Yeah, before you get off to the topic. I can't read that. I need my spectacles. Hold on.
I got it up now.
All right, there we go. Depends. For example, I would never want to live in a dump like the toilet or in Cleveland. So I would take less money to play in a world-class city like Chi-Town, regardless of team success. That's fair. That's fair.
I bet there's a lot of people. I'm real talk, Scrolls. I used to live in Ohio and I lived in Columbus. And truth be told, man, Cleveland, I never want to return there.
That's not what I thought you were going to say, but
Man,
that was great.
It's probably one of the worst cities I've ever seen in my life. And I ain't just talking about the way it looks, just the energy. It was so depressing. I'm not a person that's prone to depression or anything like that. I don't get thoughts like that. But I had to take a kid to court over there that I was mentoring. I took him to court. I had to go advocate for him, and I could not wait to get the hell out of there. After court, I had to take him over to his fucking aunt's house, and everything was just shitty in Cleveland, man. It was terrible. That's a terrible, terrible place. Detroit's a little bit better, but not that much.
So that doesn't fare well for free agency for the Browns or the Kitties.
Nah.
Isn't that right, Kitty Cat Burr?
I still to this day, I think it's a hard sell to try to, Detroit's a winning team now, but it had to be a hard sell to get somebody to move to that motherfucker.
Yeah.
It probably still is.
So that's free agency. It's like, go to the shitty place and make money, or go to the cool place and maybe not make as much money.
That's
part of it.
They don't just drive around Detroit. I mean, Cleveland, man. That place that's a terrible place, man.
It's just terrible. Just terrible.
I mean,
all right. We can go on to the food.
Food, man. Let's get to some food. I don't know how many of you guys have had a good bowl of clam chowder, but anybody want to
clam chowder?
Clam chowder. You gotta park the car, Harvard Yard. Ingredients: butter, potatoes, bacon, celery, onion, parsley, clam juice, and canned clams. I would eat this, but having been to Portland, Maine, and had fresh clam chowder out east.
Really,
the flavor is just not the same. It's just like having Creole food in New Orleans. It's just not the same. But clam chowder is its own flavor. It's still seafood, but different. Because it's clams, and they have their own kind of profile. But it's a delicious, hearty. Little soup there, little chowder.
So, Trip, one of the things I learned about Atlanta, and the longer you live there, the more you realize that everybody's moving there. Every culture is starting to move into Atlanta, and they're there. So if you want Chicago, you want LA, you want New York, you want whatever flavor profile as far as food goes, if you search hard enough, they're around the metro Atlanta area. You might not be smack in the city of Atlanta, but you go out to McDonough, you go out to different parts, Marietta, you can find a lot of food. You just got to slow down and see what's there. You know what I mean? Just slow down. And I lucked up and found somebody from Maine that had a restaurant that was doing, those not lobster sandwiches and all that kind of stuff. Lobster rolls was really good. But this guy's clam chowder, I thought, and I had no real reference point other than a can of Campbell's soup. I had no real reference point on what a good bowl of clam chowder should taste like. His was more creamy.
I was just gonna say, this is not. This is not.
It's a different style.
You know what I mean? It's not the style of clam chowder I've ever had. I've had it out on the East Coast. I've had it in Maine. I'm not. I've had it in Rhode Island. I've had it in. I've had it somewhere else, and I'm trying to think.
Did you enjoy it? Sometimes
I love it, actually.
I've heard people say it's too fishy, and it was not for me.
Well, I have no problems with some. Like I eat fish all the time. I have no problems with that whatsoever. Get your mind out the gutter, you.
I've had somebody that I know. I took them there. and they said, you know, the texture of the clam, like these people that I know ain't never had clams before in their life, and they thought the texture of the clam was a little off, and that's
kind of
off-putting for somebody that never tasted.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it depends on like the creaminess of it, or more of a watery kind of based, and then if you overcook the clams, they will get like really chewy, and that could be off-putting to people. But the consistency is similar to, you know, to calamari, to octopus, you know, where it's different, but it's oceany. But even though it's different and kind of the same, clams have their own seafood flavor. It's all seafood, but they're different than scallops. They're different than the scrimps. You know, they're just different than oysters, but similar.
Trips, I don't go out of my way for any seafood, but I will go out of my way for a good ass bowl of clam chowder.
Interesting. I'm from an island. At the end of the day, there's no kind of fish that I haven't had that I got. But look, I've got no problem with some good clam chowder, man. It's good stuff, man.
It's I tell you what, I could tell you right off the top, just like what Bear Truth 9 says. If you're not a fishy taste guy,
it's a problem.
Yeah, you're
in the wrong soup. You ordered the wrong soup.
Right away. As soon as you walk into the restaurant, the smell of seafood is probably going to throw you off. If that's really the case.
I love it.
If it's about the smell of fish, and the smell of fish does not turn me off, but I'm just not a big seafood guy. But this right here is good. I like soup anyway, and I'm always looking for different variations of different kinds of soup. I'm a soup head. Call me a soup head. Okay. This right here, I can take this, man. I can do this all day.
Okay, now just to put a little clarity on it, what we are looking at, this clam chowder, I would define it as a Rhode Island style.
Okay.
Because I say that, clam chowders generally fall into 3 primary regional styles: a creamy New England, a tomato-based Manhattan, and a clear broth Rhode Island. So this would be
I've had all 3. I've had the tomato, which is actually, it's different, but it's delicious, man.
Mm-hmm.
You get a little bit more of that. It's a little bit sweeter and a little bit more of a vinegar.
Well, let me describe for those. What we're looking at now is the clam chowder, the Rhode Island clam chowder. It's a clear broth chowder made with fish or clam stock, bacon, and potatoes, completely omitting broth, cream, and tomatoes. This allows the bold, natural, briny flavor of the clams to take center stage. Now, what Kids was describing was the Manhattan, easily recognized by its reddish, tomato-based broth. It skips dairy entirely and is loaded with a variety of vegetables like onions, celery, and green bell peppers. And the third style is the New England version. That the most famous variation, characterized by its thick, milky, or creamy base. It typically includes diced potatoes, salt pork, or bacon, and is most often served with oyster crackers.
That's what I had.
Yeah,
that's the guy I ate at his restaurant.
Okay,
that guy.
So I've had all 3. I have to say, the Rhode Island is probably my least favorite, even though it's the one we happen to have on the screen right now. I love regular New England style creamy. It's very good. But I do have to say the Manhattan style, it was delicious, man. It kind of caught me out of left field, but it was real good, man.
Me too, Bear Truth. Even though I've never had this one, that creamy one, it just stuck to me.
It's good.
It was. I got a second bowl of it, and it was a nice sized bowl. That shit
What
was
up,
good.
Jay Grizz?
What up, Jay?
Hey,
And I hear you, Smitty. Speaking of East Coast food, man, a good ass lobster roll. Come on, son. And some fried clams on the side. Come on, son.
Man, dude, I ate some of them there too.
That's what he do, Jay Grizz. That's what he do, man.
So, kids, I already know the answer to yours, but you can answer it anyway. Would you consider yourself to be a seafood person?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, like I said, I'm trying to. There's like one. There's only a couple of. There's only a few things with respect to seafood that I'm not a big fan of, and that's calamari and scallops. But I do have to say, over time, and it came out of one drunken night. I'm a little bit better prepared for scallops today than I was earlier in my youth. I found scallops can be very fishy, like strong, and also a little bit chewy, depending on how you cook them.
Well, but see, that's the thing, kids. Depending on how you cook them is a key statement.
You got
because, like, just Chicago wise, Goose Island is a fried fish place, and so they fry them. And so the fried calamari, it's a different kind of breading, but it's delicious. Whereas Shaw's Crab House, they have a more lightly fried calamari.
Okay.
And so it's a totally different batter, and they're both fried, but it's a different flavor. And the calamari in the Shaw's is a little bit more, I would say, tender. So I mean, there are different ways to do them up, just like this clam chowder. So, you know, unlike Red Baron, you know, who likes to put his, you know, face in a place at high tide. You
Actually,
know,
that's Ron Winarski as well. He says he likes his favorite is the bearded clam mixed with rice, and now I'm a little bit worried about the rice in his bearded clam. That's usually not rice, Ron.
Hey.
That's what
I'm just gonna overwrite that conversation.
Award you.
I'm gonna overwrite that conversation because that's disgusting, man.
Hey, that's Red Baron.
One thing I remember the guy telling me, and this is just some regional shit going on, and I don't know if it's that way for everybody that's running a restaurant. This guy was there he's fairly young in the business in Atlanta, so this is his second operation in Atlanta, and he was running into a problem exporting and importing them and having them fresh. So quite often,
it's a long way from the ocean.
It's not that far. You get it from Florida, no?
No, that clams are usually a northeastern thing.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
It's definitely a northeastern shore thing, and he said quite often he has to turn to the can or the jar, and he says that some people notice it, some people don't. You know, the real clam chowder heads notice it right away because it's not the same. And so what he did was he started pouring the water off and get it imported real clam juice, cooked clam juice from the East Coast, and having that shipped over. And he said nobody knows the difference now. So he pour all the juice off of the can or the jar and put new fresh, you know, clam juice into the mixture. And he
freshen
said,
that up.
Yeah. I was just like, that's fucking creative right there. That's thinking right there.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like in a beef stew, you know, adding beef broth, you know, as opposed to water or chicken broth or, you know, vegetable broth. You know, clam chowder has a little of that clam juice up in there. Oh yeah, they're just going to reinforce that flavor profile.
I'd say that's a good idea for pretty much any can, almost anything, but especially for seafood. Throw the juice of that shit out. If you can. So I'd pour all that shit out. You know, but that's just me, you know what I mean? I'll take some canned green beans and canned corn and use that juice or something like that. But for stuff like seafood, nah, I'm not trusting that. But yeah, I'd probably buy this out of a jar before I bought it out of a can. Because jars just hold up better. But that's clam chowder. Any last thoughts on that?
It's delicious.
Oh, this might even be better.
All right, beef ramen soup. Somebody just mentioned ramen.
Yeah, man. Jay
All right.
Grizz was just talking about.
Jay Grizz, there you go. All right, ingredients: soft boiled egg, of course. That's for the individual bowls, not the main pot. Remember that. All right, beef broth, the just aforementioned. Kimchi. Hello, how you doing, girl? Chili oil, green onion, gochujang paste, gochujang, beef paste. Ooh, a lot of flavor going on here. Sesame oil, ramen, and chuck roast. A little beef in there. So it's a stew, it's a soup, it's a beef ramen soup. It's got all the different flavors in there. It's packed with your proteins. You got vegetables. Got a little kick with a little chili and a little spice with the kimchi. You know, this is a good post workout. Build your proteins back up type of soup.
First thing, let me say this: kimchi is a definite palate choice. That
yeah.
It got too much twang to it.
Yeah, kimchi's like, a girl I'd like to meet but not eat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, don't the Red Baron ain't never had that.
I don't know. So many never met
eater. That's his motto.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as you greet her.
That time.
But yeah, kimchi.
A little goes a long way.
That gochujang is
gochujang.
Somebody let me smell that, and it's very fishy. But when it comes together in this broth, I had never had a real bowl of ramen soup in my life until I went to Vegas. And in Vegas is also a place that you can find every community of food.
That ain't even right. Kimchi smells like Andrew Billings in the fourth quarter.
Hey man, there's a lot of people that will try to score points with you, trying to get you to open up your palate. Try this, man. Hey man, nah.
Why are we doing all that for?
Man, we don't need that shit going on.
No.
I don't care what that is. I ain't eating it. But man, that kimchi is definitely a personal choice. I'm not thinking.
Yeah, it is.
And now, as far as the gochujang paste, if you don't have that, you can substitute either oyster sauce or fish sauce.
That's what I thought. Well, I would substitute it with both, like oyster sauce and
or both.
Yeah, oyster sauce or something like this to me is a must. I would go with that instead of the gochujang paste. That was as close as you're gonna get from me. And the fish sauce, it's a beef broth, but still, like fish. I don't care what it is. If it's some sort of ramen / pho, I'm putting fish sauce in there. It's just, you know what else I'm putting in there? You know what else I'm putting in there?
Hoisin.
I'm putting hoisin for sure. Yeah, you're damn right.
You won't need that.
That wasn't where I was going. I would put hoisin in there for sure, but I would definitely put sriracha in there. Give it a little bit of kick. Bang, boom.
I can see that. But
hoisin,
if you put hoisin in this, you're gonna throw off the entire flavor profile. So
really?
Basically, you would be eating beef, and you might as well throw some broccoli in here.
Yeah,
you're gonna mess it all up.
You may make it too sweet.
Yeah, you're gonna mess it all up.
Mm-hmm.
I only know that because I never had a real bowl of ramen until I got to Vegas. And once I ate a real bowl of beef ramen, I was just like, oh, this is what everybody's talking about. Now, if you eat a real bowl of beef ramen, ain't no way you put no hoisin in here. If you do, it's going to be very, very, very little because you're going to mess this whole flavor profile up. All the work that they did to make that beef be the outstanding flavor in here, you're going to mess it all up.
So I'm going to give you the realest. Oh, snap. Shit. I'm going to give you the realest thing. I'm not a fan of ramen. As much as I love soup, there's something about ramen noodles that do two things for me. The first thing it does is it makes me feel poor. I just want to let y'all know it really does. It really makes me feel like I'm broke. And if I had other choices in life that I could make, for this particular meal, I probably should have made them.
Well, I don't know why you feel like that.
Because I can go get ramen for 77 cents at the store. Sometimes 42 cents. Like
they
I'm just
that's not real ramen. They say that's not real ramen.
It's a psychological thing.
You know what? That it's not real ramen, but it is actually like it's the underpinnings of real ramen. Like just to be frank with you, to boil it down though, there's something about ramen noodles that I don't like anymore, and it's because I've been introduced to vermicelli and udon and there's you know what I mean. There's other noodles that are out there that are
so your palate has evolved
100%, man, past 77 cents. So
so that 77 cent, that jailhouse stuff that Jay Grills was talking about, that's not
first world problems.
He say, "What is this 77 this bullshit ramen? Where's that $5?
That's good stuff, Smitty.
If it ain't $5, I ain't eating it."
That's like penitentiary. That's like penitentiary problems. People don't like ramen no more. It's like,
lab make fake ramen. That's honestly, Smitty, that's funny.
Hey, I know. When this, because the bowl that I got damn near looked exactly like this when it got in front of me, almost to the T. And the first thing I noticed is, what the fuck is this egg doing in here? And somebody that was with me was just like, just leave it there. Just leave it there. Just eat your soup. And it just was sitting around in the soup.
Protein.
Until I got to it somewhere midway through it, I got curious enough about it. I picked the son bitch up and I ate it. And I bit off of it. And it just blended right on in. Mm-hmm. So I don't even know how to describe the taste. It's like a deviled egg meets Asian food. I don't know how to describe that taste, but it was fucking good. It didn't make any sense to me on its face when I first saw it. I was about to just throw it out. It's like, what would I need a fucking egg in here for?
Well, the thing with the egg and why you have to put it in the individual bowls is because it degrades and it absorbs all of the soup flavor into it. And then as it degrades, now you eat the egg that's absorbed all the soupy flavor, and it's a perfect mix and combination. But you want that in the individual bowls and not the main pot because you don't want it to disintegrate in the main pot.
Y'all, okay, so you got to go find biryani. I don't think we've done biryani on this show yet. Go find biryani for next week's show or the week after that. Write it in WhatsApp. I'm gonna throw it at you in the private chat, man. But
WhatsApp.
And WhatsApp. Okay. I'll catch you later in the week with it. But it's something like it's not a soup dish. It's a rice dish, but it is kind of similar in scope as to what we're looking at here. There's a biryani spot nearby me, and me and some of the homies went, and it blew my mind, bro. Like just the sheer amount of food they gave me. I ate for a solid 3 days off of this one order, and most importantly, a little bit of egg here, some depending on what type of meat you're getting, et cetera, et cetera. You'll see it when we put it down, but it's similar, but Indian style as opposed to the other Asian, if you will.
And for those that may not have tried, been to a actual ramen restaurant, try it because it's a different experience. The ones with the hot pots where you actually cook your own at the table with all fresh ingredients, and so you put in what you want in it, and then you actually boil it right there at your table and serve yourself.
They got some good ones in Chicago, man.
That shit made me so mad, Trip. I don't know. I mean, I went to the restaurant and cooked the food my damn self. What the fuck am I paying y'all for?
Well, that's the experience.
Huh?
That's the experience.
That's some damn foolishness.
Don't tell me it's the experience. Come on,
man. That big ass hot at the table. It wasn't like, oh shit, don't touch that.
My sister loves the hot pot.
She put it in, and they bring the fresh ingredients.
You know what?
She goes all the time. I was so mad.
That's a winning fucking formula because it's a lot of people out here that even though it's ass backwards, it is totally ass backwards.
At least you're admitting it is, right? Like,
but people go for that shit. Like, motherfucker, you could have stayed at home.
My sister loves it, dog. She loves it. Hey, you want to come down to the hot pot with me? Where? All right, we'll go. We'll roll. So me and the whole family rolled with her to the hot pot, and I was like, shit. I'm expected to cook the food myself. What did I come out? What did I come to the restaurant for? Man, I was very upset, and I have not been back. I'll be frank. It was good though. Don't get me wrong. It was good. It was delicious.
So a concept like this
that's the point.
A concept like this throws me for a couple of different reasons. Because for one, I think it's an accident waiting to happen. Number one. Number two, I remember. I'm old enough to remember movie theaters when you couldn't. Like, I've been in movie theaters in Atlanta and in Columbus, Ohio, where you can. It is almost like you sit in your living room. You can order liquor. You can order like whole meals and shit. You can sit there and kind of stretch out and enjoy a movie experience like you in your living room, kind of damn near, but with a bunch of people around. But I was just like, I hear about stuff like that. I'm just like, damn, really? Do I want to do that? Until you experience something like that.
Man, it threw me for a loop, man. But I'm a Bear Truth 9 across the board. I'm a full guy, man. You catch me messing with some pho at any given time, man. It's really grown on me. Great soup, great vegetable profile. Love that shit. Kids, do they want you? You know what I'm saying, Paul? Like, who do I tip? Do I tip myself? I should tip myself. I didn't know what to do, bro.
These motherfuckers just open the doors and just sit back with toothpicks in their mouth and watch you scoot in.
Right?
You go
Come on there. Cook that shit up, y'all. Hey, you want to do them dishes on the way
15%
out?
gratuity. That's hilarious, man.
Driven, is that somewhere in Atlanta or Columbus? Or drive-in? He's trying to say drive-in?
Oh, drive-in like movie theater?
Oh, yeah. I've been to a drive-in.
Oh,
I want to own a drive-in one day. That's a dream. That's a bucket list shit right there.
Oh, okay. Southwest Highway? Yeah.
I want to drive in. That's like my, if you want to hear one of the number one things that I want, I got a throwback kind of mindset when it comes to that. I think there's still
roller skates.
Roller skates. I think drive-in movie theaters are. I think they'll never die. I think they will never die. Like roller skates is something that won't ever die. There's something about that.
So drive-in restaurant or drive-in movie?
He's talking
drive-in movie.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been to one.
Mm-hmm.
Been to one.
You know, I'm just young enough or old enough, I'm not sure which, to remember, hiding in the trunk of friends' cars on the weekend nights to get into the drive-in. And then it's like, we hope we don't suffocate. And then once we get in and, pop the trunk, and we get out and it's like, hey, let's kick it. And then it's like, damn, everybody in the car and we got a crowd in.
So this is one of a Bear Truth 9. I'm gonna take this image off right quick just to show you. See this background? This is probably the first background I ever made. It's probably the first background I ever made. One of the first graphics I ever really made. And this whole entire show is set up around the theme of being at the movie theater or drive-in movie theater. This whole thing, I don't know if you guys ever really noticed it because it's always on the screen, but this is exactly what a drive-in movie theater experience was like when I was a kid.
So for me, I've had a couple of interesting spins on the drive-in. So like the project that I grew up in, as from the ages of 3 to 5, was right just across the street from a drive-in. So as kids, we would just cut through the fence and go hang out with, if we would find out somebody in the project was going to the drive-in, we'd cut through the fence, we'd bring our own folding chairs and just go pull up, you know what I mean? And just, hey, Mr. Smith, you're at the drive-in, right on. And they're cool. We just sit down and watch these movies. And we do it almost on a weekly basis. It was wild. The other one was my buddy's house used to be just on, just behind another drive-in, and we would just tune in from his window and watch.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Well, there was I think it was on Southwest Highway in Chicago that in the front of the drive-in, like where the red is under the screen there, would they had like a children's playground area because the
Underneath.
screen was up high, for the
Yeah.
cars in
You
the
talking about
back.
to the
So,
right? That's a concession stand.
No,
well,
he's
yeah,
talking
but
to
I'm talking
red
about in real
underneath.
life.
Okay.
So in real life, like where the girl is, the waitress, and the cars, that would be like a play area, playground. With playground stuff, and it was still low enough that it would not block the screen because the drive-in screen was like 20 feet up. So the kids could go play up there, and they had the sound speakers up there as well. So if you
So
were on a
drown
sitting
out
on
the
your lawn
kids.
chair, not in the car, where you had the thing on the window, so you could go up and watch the screen from up there if you look straight up. But you walk past the cars, some of the windows be all steamy, some of them be bouncing up and down and stuff. It was just an experience.
Hey, the one I've been to one. Where is that? Somewhere in Park Forest or some damn where I don't know. Somewhere a little north of here, right in between here and the city. And man, dude, I love the intermission. You see the intermission up there with the hot dog dancing, and
Let's all go to the lobby.
I love that shit. I love
Get
that.
ourselves a snack.
You want a hot dog, you want a Coke or Pepsi. This is Pepsi country, and you want some nachos. That's pretty much what, and some popcorn. That's all I want. Maybe some pizza. All that shit smells good up in there. All of it. And it's just the ambiance, man, of it all.
There's only one downside.
There's no downside.
There's only one.
What?
The only downside to the drive-in theater case scenario is mosquitoes.
Oh yeah, because it's summertime in the evening. Yeah,
only one.
Like the place I went to, there it was all cleared out. Like all you heard was gravel under you, and so it wasn't like a whole bunch of trees around. So I don't remember having a mosquito issue.
So my
some
whole
out in the country like that.
I'm living in swampland, right? Like I was saying earlier on. So there's trees. The one that I grew up at, it was all gravelled out, right? But it's surrounded by pine, like surrounded by forestry, 100%. So you get up in there, you're in there for an hour, 2 hours, you watching a movie, guaranteed you're basically eating a lot.
Here's a good thing, kids. Now they have portable bug snap zappers, battery power. All you gotta do is charge your joint up, bring it with you, sit it, and you good.
I've seen those. My brother, like I was telling you before, that's just like he loves them. He'll go outside and just like that's entertainment for him, man. He loves that shit. You know what I'm saying? He was so happy when he got his, man. Because like the years before, he had one of them rackets. You ever see them like them plastic rackets? You can just swing it.
Like a fly swatter, but electrified.
But electrified fly swatter. He loved that. He would just walk around the house with that, man. But now he's got his more professional setup.
Well, his Beartooth 9 said he lived in the desert, so it was too damn hot for mosquitoes.
Oh man,
out west.
Well, that's rattlers though.
But then I was gonna say you got rattlesnakes and
scorpions.
You go out west. That's one of the first things I noticed.
No mosquitoes out there.
Bro, I asked my uncle, man. I was just like, dog, I ain't seen it. I've been there 3-4 days, and he lives out there. I was just like, man. I said, I ain't seen a motherfucking mosquito since I've been out. He's like, God, he said, damn, if you even see a mosquito, your ass brought it here. Ain't no fucking mosquitoes out here.
Followed you from the East Coast.
Yeah. Man.
No, but that's Smitty Q. The trips had tunnels underneath the actual screen that you drove when they're coming in. Yeah, that's right. It's like the entrance was on the other side of the screen. So when you drove into it, you went under the screen basically into the lot. Then turned around and faced it and shit. It was pretty cool.
Yeah,
it was like snakes, but more closer to roads in the desert. Snakes, but my ass.
Last thing about
rather be bitten by mosquitoes,
theaters, man. I don't know what it is about the sound system. Like the one I went to, they just are determined to keep it like it was in the 70s.
Oh,
They it's a throwback. Everything that was that drive-in theater was about was keeping it throwback. Was about the nostalgia of that part of when drive-in movies first started to come about and get popular. Was in the 60s and 70s. And they keeping it looking like that. They got girls on roller skates serving you at your window. Even the sound piece that you hook into your car is this big steel metal thing that you got to hook on your window and shit.
Crap.
I like the way it sounded while I'm looking at the movie. I just liked it. It was different than sitting at your home with all that great surround sound and beautiful, everything that comes with that. I just liked it. It was just something about it that I enjoyed to my soul.
It was cool because you could go out but be in because you were out of the house, but you were in your car. And then the speaker, would mount on your window without breaking it. And then the waitress girls on their skates and shit coming from the little stands, they had the side of the car, where you put your food, your food or your tray of food, and it would rest on your door.
on the door.
Right, so you just reach out and get your snacks, your shit, and then the new school they made the sound come over your car radio.
I was gonna say because that's all I'm used to is the new school one with the car radio. That's how me and my friend were streaming it out of his room. You know what I mean? So we would just tune in to the right station. It was just a little bit choppy because you kind of need to have that. It's just like a piece of wire that's tuned in. I don't remember how they did it, but it was like a piece of wire you had to rest, and then it would you could tune into that radio station and it comes through the speakers.
Look close, kids. Look close at the two white cars, and you see they look like little mailboxes. Those are the little sound systems.
Right there, so they kind of hang
Oh,
up there.
okay, I see what you're saying.
And then you bring it closer into your actual vehicle.
So for us, it was similar to that, except it's just like a wire, right? And this wire comes off of something like that, and it goes into a car on this side, and the other one will go to a car on the other side, and you sort of
it's the same thing because the mailbox you're seeing it's two-sided. So the side to the white car will go to that one, then the side to the black car extends out to that one on the passenger side.
Yeah, same general idea, but it just rests on like the dash and somehow makes it so that you can tune in clear as day to that channel and play it through your car radio speakers, man. And it was pretty dope, man. I remember watching Raiders of the Lost Ark, man. That's one I can definitely say that I watched. That's one of the first movies I ever watched, but watch Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Yeah, because like somebody saying the double feature. Come on, drive-in double feature, classic.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to remember what the other feature was that night, but it was they're two badass movies. That's all I can tell you.
I am going to own one of these. I'm telling you now. Calling it right now. I'm going to own me a drive-in movie theater, and people going to love it.
You watch Baby's Kids out there? Okay. That's a great movie, man. Rest in peace, Robin Harris, man. He was funny as all hell, man.
The best thing to go watch at a drive-in movie theater is easily horror. Because the way it comes out of the little sound thing is different. If you have one of these right here, but if you're doing like Kez is doing, I don't know how that's like, but man, you go watch horror at a drive-in movie theater at night. It's great.
Real quick for Jay Grizz, there's house music out here. I never heard of a Canadian house music group though, but you know what? I'm lying. I actually know somebody who was in a Canadian house music group. It was terrible.
I never heard of this movie, Ron. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Squirm? Sounds like, what is that? Snakes or something lizardy?
I never seen Squirm.
I never heard of it. But let's jump into we gotta take a little bit more of a serious turn, unfortunately. And quite honestly, it's not bad, but it's getting ready to It's borderline that right now.
Ooh, Smitty Q, I did Ghostbusters 2 at the drive-in in Florida as well. That's like the last time I ever went to the drive-in.
Ghostbusters, huh?
Yeah, the second one with Bobby Brown. I was so hyped when Bobby Brown made his cameo.
Good on the drive-in.
It was dope.
I can
Yeah,
see
Squirm, 1976 cult classic eco horror film directed by Jeff Lieberman. There you go.
Mhm.
Worms, earthworms.
All right, let's
Electrify.
we got to have a little bit of a conversation about what's happening in current events, man. But before we do that, we got to give it the proper intro, brother. That's just the way it is. All right. Anybody want to read through this, and we'll slow down and have a decent conversation about this, because this is real deal Holyfield right here.
All right, I'll do it. U.S. strategic oil reserves as of 7/14/26. The U.S. strategic oil reserves are down to around 319.5 million barrels, its lowest levels since the early 1980s, from 714 million. Crude oil usage at this rate will most certainly cause energy and gas prices to spike in the very near future. Economic instability is almost inevitable if the conflict continues to rage.
So so as I said, the 4th of July was going to be that date, and it was. That's when we started to get into the dipping into the oil reserves. Now, I don't know how tied in the current events everybody is, but I noticed a spike in the action in the Middle East as far as we were concerned. We started to be more aggressive after the 4th of July. We started to be more aggressive and start to do more attacking. We was kind of playing, kind of like here and there, and kind of Israel was doing some stuff, and we were kind of trying to stay out of it. And there was a so-called peace negotiation being had and being agreed to until, Israel started doing some stuff they shouldn't have done, and then it just opened it wide ass open. And now here we are. We are in our reserves right now. We are in our reserves. So think about it. Since July 4th, and this was yesterday when I made this graphic, since July 4th, 10 days since we made that, we went from 714 million barrels to 319. So you do the math. Once we run out of this, and we won't run completely out of it because they can't suck it all out, because it takes oil to get it out and power to get it out. There's going to be some in there, but it's not enough to run the country. And so the alternative means to us getting crude oil is sparing, because this country can't pump it fast enough. There's not countries in the world that can pump it fast enough and get it to us fast enough than these places in the Middle East, which is going to be bad. What we're dealing with right now, because everybody is seeing a dramatic lowering of gas prices all of a sudden. That's because we're in our strategic reserve. They're trying to get it down low for the time being, because they know it's going to spike like an MF. Before we know it, crude oil will be $200 a barrel and more. We're somewhere around 120, 125, I think. Last time I checked, it's going to go well over 200. So that means it's going to cost us, not only in the U.S., not only in Canada, but everywhere, more. If you're not one of these countries that's getting it fairly easy. And so life adjustments are going to have to happen. And so I would advise everybody, if you want to take any kind of advice from me, is to start paying attention to the current events and start getting ahead best as you can with anything oil related that you can get ahead of. You can't get ahead with gas, because you're going to always have to go to the gas station and pay that price. But if you can, I'm just telling you, I think it's going to get this bad. If you're a person working only one job and you're maintaining a good amount of stability, but if things start getting a little bit more expensive, which they will, not only gas prices, but prices in general for most things that require plastic, you better start thinking about getting something to supplement your income. I'm just saying. I'm telling you right now.
You know, because the thing is, like the buddy that was in the chat earlier from Iran, we as a people that have to deal with the higher prices and stuff, or deal with the repercussions of what our quote unquote elected officials do, whether we like it or not. We gotta deal with it until the next election, if there's one, or if it's fair or whatever. But having to deal with reality is eventually gas is gonna, or oil is gonna run out anyway, because it's a finite resource. And as we are so dependent on that, and now our quote unquote elected leadership has spent a lot of money getting rid of renewable projects, wind, solar, geothermal, tidal, waves. So we are becoming more and more dependent on an old dirty fuel source that is that we have to rely on getting the majority of it from a contentious part of the world, a whole nother place, instead of producing our own. So those of us who are like, hey, this whole gas situation is really avoidable, the whole oil situation is really avoidable, but we don't make those calls. We have to deal with the repercussions of the people that make those calls. So knowing that the gas is going to run out, or the oil is going to run out eventually, and until it does, it's going to be more and more expensive, because of the scarcity of it, that you have to have plans beyond it. And so for those of you, who still get, gas guzzlers, or, don't have EVs, or, you have to buy gas and fuel and oil and such, you gotta think about the future, like the near future, not like 10 years from now. I'm talking about like by fall, by the time winter gets here, in case you can't get gas, how do you survive?
Man, I hate this topic, bro, because it's so foolish to me, and it's obviously a real life situation for all of us. It's just foolish that that to start with, to think that okay. So like when we were y'all remember the Jetsons?
Yeah,
Like the Jetsons were
George
way.
Jetson.
Thank you. The Jetsons were way ahead of the shit. They had briefcases that turned into whips. You know what I mean? Like we are so behind, so far behind where we should be in just the general trajectory of mankind, that I look at this situation. I'm like, I don't believe that we're stuck fighting over a fossil fuel when there's so many other fuels that we could be leveraging in so many different capacities that are also cost effective. Hey, let's build one, but let's make it so uncost effective, so expensive that people cannot really purchase or buy their way into utilizing it. Like it's honestly just fool's gold, oil money, and idiocy at this point. So I don't know.
You know what, kid? You're absolutely right. But instead of thinking of other ways, other fuels to fuel the world, free energy is solar. And what we're doing is the establishment of what they call now the free world built a whole lot of big old fat cats, and that old money has gone down in generations, and these people want to maintain that establishment.
That's what it is.
And
They're hell bent. No, they're hell bent in ensuring that, okay, well, like, you know, actual Nikolai Tesla coming out with these types of free energy ideas, and we need to get him out of here. You know, we need to take all of that information and bury that, because we need to build these people for this stuff that we built.
But then it's also irritating on top of that, because on top of the profits that, you know, these dirty fossil fuel energy companies make, they're also subsidized by the government for billions of dollars every year.
Of course they are.
That's the key, Trips. When you start talking about these oil barons that you start seeing all these movies about, you know, how the West was won and all this kind of stuff, and you know, the western part of the United States everywhere is drilling oil, and you know, they're turning oil, you know, regular people into barons overnight because they hit a hot spot. And over time, you know, banking started to happen, and the banking started to get connected to the barons, and next thing you know, they've got a geopolitical monopoly over the whole world, and they don't want to give up that geopolitical monopoly by letting you know that we really didn't have to sell you guys all this, but this was our way to control you by selling you this, and this is your way to have all the things that you enjoy
and get rich while doing it.
And when all the time, all they had to do was, the blueprint's always been there. That's the sun. Set up the infrastructure and not have people pay all this extravagant amount of money. But if you do that, you don't have the billionaires.
There's so many other water, like there's so many other ways to skin this cat, whether it's solar, whether it's again hydrogen, water turbine. Like there's so many different ways to skin this cat. It doesn't.
Okay, that's twice. We don't want to get feline people.
Cats are being skinned, or they're not, right? Really, in this scenario, they're just
metaphorically,
not.
Man. That's
Nobody's really skinning cats for I mean, in any event, I'm just saying there's so many different technologies out there that could be used. What it do? Levante's in the building. There's so many different ways to get to this end result, to provide the people with something that they can utilize to get from point A to point B. Magnetism, like so many different ways that don't require ongoing cost. That it's like it leads me to something that's it's a foolish example as well, but like the metric system. How's it y'all ain't on the metric system?
The who?
Yeah, the metric system. The system of
is that the liters and the kilometers? And
that's that bullshit that everybody else on the planet uses.
Everybody thinks that's Greek, but that's African.
I don't even know where it's from. I'm just saying
it's all geometry to me.
But everything that we know now, as far as English language, English, just writing and everything, was supposedly stolen from the Greeks. But you know where the Greeks got it from?
Moors.
The Greeks got it from the Moors, who got it from Africa.
Mm-hmm. Especially when it comes to mathematics, you're bang on. Now, you know, regardless as to its origin. And the only reason I'm bringing this up, and it's like I say, it's kind of a foolish thing to bring up. It's just sort of the level of lobbying and potential arrogance that's available in the United States of America, that, you know, that they would sort of cordon themselves off and say, hey, you know what? Screw everybody else. We're going to do it like this. And regardless as to whether this is just completely different than everybody else. And that has a lot to do with this whole screw everybody else mentality that the oil barons have been monopolizing, using to monopolize the political structure around what they're running, right? Like it's just a similar little thing that I liken to each other, and what it really means is that it's almost impossible. To get it would be almost impossible to get away from big oil. The way that the political structure is set up around it.
That's why, because when you're making as much money as they are, and how do they get those subsidies? Well, they make donations to their the political groups on both sides. They pay a lot of lobbyists to line the pockets of those politicians to write laws and rules in favor of the big business, and then it's that continuous circle that everybody's getting paid.
It's all baked into a cake that only they get to cut.
Right.
So, and here's the part that really doesn't make sense.
Nobody else.
The part that really doesn't make sense to me is that once you're at a certain plateau from a power and money perspective, you could quite literally build out and own each and every facet of those other technologies and bill us for it too. Right? Like I don't have oil money, you know what I mean? But if I did, I could take it, invest in hydrogen vehicles per se, solar powered vehicles per se, water powered vehicles, magnetic vehicles, and really monopolize this thing.
Once again, you're talking too rational. I'm convinced now.
Imagine that.
I'm convinced now that there's about 2,000 to 3,000 people who hold the real power levers. 2,000 to 3,000 people in the whole world, of billions of people that hold power levers, and they are truly demonic.
Oh, well,
I'm convinced of.
Yeah, that's now you're preaching to the choir for sure. In the end, what's really happening, all of these things rolled into a ball. What's really happening is this is the grandest, like we are witnessing the grandest grift in human history.
Mm-hmm.
Every potential dollars and cent that you are generating to have some level of peace of mind and good home life with your family is being siphoned out of existence, and it's landing with those 3,000 people, right? Like that's what's happening.
Fellas, you know what I think this is? I'm gonna put it in a nutshell, and you guys can agree or disagree. I'm cool with it. But I think what we're witnessing right now in our day today is the climax of the old world. And I'm talking about, when I say the old world, particularly the fossil fuel world. I think they've been resistant. I'm talking about those 2,000 or 3,000 people that control everything. The banks, talking about energy, talking about water, everything, real estate, everything around the world. They control it all. They are fighting, scrapping, and trying to kicking and screaming, trying to keep the old alive. And the old has to die so that everybody else can thrive. And what we're seeing is we're looking at the death knell of the old world, and the new world is emerging up under it like roots up from under the ground, like a flower from under the ground is coming, and it's right there peeking through, and they are scared to death, because what happens when you lose that kind of control?
Oh, but this is where things go sideways, right? You're such an optimist, and you have a very very positive.
It is.
No, I'm just saying you have a very positive outlook as to what that new world may turn into. My view is just simply a little bit more bleak, and the reason for that is because of this grand grift. So they know what you just described is going on, and the purpose for the grift is so that they stay in power and remain in control.
Oh, yeah, their trump card is war and fear.
Well, but now also, I mean, there's excuse me, there's a lot of different things that we're all talking about under this one topic, this one heading. But remember that here, domestically, kids, there are a lot of octogenarians and old fuckers, basically in the leadership roles, in the government, and 80, 90 years old and still running for re-election. While there's a younger generation who understands what the internet is and AI is and all this stuff, are like, hey, our future is more our thing, because you old people that are trying to hold on and cling to power, y'all ain't gonna be here anyway. So y'all are messing everything up on your way out, and we're gonna have to fix this stuff. So there's that going on, and then there's the whole not relitigation, if you will, but eventually you're gonna have to pick a side, because now we're back to the battle of North versus South. The Rebs versus the Confederates. And it's basically that. There is no middle ground. It's pick a side, and it's either you are for the discrimination and subjugation of other people, or you're for more freedom and let people do them and leave you to hell alone.
Before we go down the road of complete politics and how people vote, I don't want to go there, and I understand where you're at, Trips. I'm talking about what would happen without people in the way trying to keep this decentralized power structure that is run off of fossil fuels. Imagine what happens if that's waned out in our infrastructure. I'm talking about the United States, Canada, and all across the world was more centralized on solar energy. That fear for the old money and these old ass people Trip is talking about is rattling them to their core. Because you know what happens if that's not there? Those people are not there to pull the levers of power. They become vulnerable. People will get them, like physically get them, or they go to jail. All kinds of consequences are waiting for these people. And so when we get done talking about all this other stuff, that's probably the biggest fear of all. What happens to me if I don't have this amount of power? If I'm not lording over these people the way I've been doing it, financially, geopolitically, in any other way we can, if we don't have that kind of power, what will they do to us? That's the
what did Ice Cube say? That he heard payback was something.
Well, payback is, but
if that was the goal,
no. Well, there's a inherent problem with what you're describing, and it's just that mostly you. The inherent problem is just like who's doing the payback and how. Like we can't even, like, just from what Trip was just saying, like we can't even come together we can't even come. Let's be real. So we can't come together with the given races on the planet. We can't come together from a political perspective. We can't come together to recognize that this grift is going on and we're losing ground across the board: white, black, green, purple, Republican.
I know where you're going. I can tell you right now what we're talking about right here on the screen is the beginning of the pinch that's too tough and we can't take it no more. That's a universal pinch right here. And that is a universal, okay, if we can't agree on nothing, man, we
can't.
Listen, when people, I don't know about you, but when I'm looking around me and I'm seeing people with some of the better jobs, I'm talking about regular, schmegular paying jobs, people that's making, more than $25, $30 an hour that can make a pretty good living. At a time, kids, that was plenty good enough to kind of support whatever you had going on. You can drive the nice truck, nice new vehicle every year, and you can, you got pretty nice home and you're good. Now that's not even enough to manage your life because the energy price is about to spike, and they've been spiking. The food prices are going crazy. The gas prices are going crazy. And you can't even, that's not enough. And people are having to give stuff away so they can get cash to get to the next month. Wow. That's the unifying tie right there. What you're looking for, that braid that binds us all up, when everybody starts to feel the pinch too tough, it'll always be that element out there that will be just so rooted in race and that kind of divisiveness. That's going to always be there. But most people, they'll be heading towards like, this is enough. We can't take it no more. This shit's got to stop.
What's funny is just
down that road, bro.
What's funny is just where you are in this particular, like me and you have had this conversation behind the scenes between the two of us and it generally goes in a different direction. But I don't know where the unity there is going to be, if there is any unity. This grift is happening now. They're telling us that potentially they're eating babies and stuff to top it all off. Nobody gives a shit. Everybody's got their.
Come on now, you can't say that on live.
Well, I mean, come on. It's not. I'm not doing it. Somebody's doing it.
You gotta reword that.
Hey man, I don't know how you say that any differently. I'd love to hear the politically correct term for that. In any event, I'm just saying there's all kinds of effed up things that are going on, including this grand grift, and everybody's head is in the sand, right? Everybody's head is in the sand. I got to put my food on my table. I got to keep the lights on, so somebody else gonna deal with it. Same token, I don't necessarily like my neighbor. He's X, Y, and Z, and we won't get together. Allegedly, Jay Grizz. Allegedly. But you know what I'm saying. It's very tough to have a genuine optimistic view in coming out and around this situation in some level of a positive light, because let's be real now. I have a very, like, this stuff looks a lot more purposeful.
Oh, it absolutely
than happenstancical.
Oh, it's absolutely purposeful.
Okay.
There's intention behind all of this.
Right? Like if this is intentional and purposeful, then
there's no doubt about that. There's no
if you can agree with that and you have no doubt about that, then we are royally screwed.
In your mind, I mean, when you start thinking about it in a way, kids, when this is the difference between you and I. When you speak, when we have these conversations, I can tell that you speak in the present tense and what you know structurally to be normal. And to understand what I just said, it is what is versus the possibilities that are out there that could be fleeting, and you just don't know exactly what they can be. And that makes your mind go to, okay, if it's not what I understand, what the fuck is this? And we're in trouble. I think you've been that way.
No. Mine comes from, quite frankly, years of study of these things. And what I mean by that is, so we're going to take this situation that we're talking about here. It's given and obvious that we're running out of oil over here, but they're still in a war with the guys who own all the oil. That's obvious. So if this is a purposeful thing and driven, who's driving it and why?
Well, there's market manipulation. The ones that make the rules are the ones that are changing the rules and profiting from it. So them.
Thank you. So they are grifting, and this is a purposeful maneuver to raise our pricing from a gas perspective. There's many other facets of this, including, again, quantitative easing and raising that inflating the dollar, if you will, right? That $25 an hour doesn't stretch anywhere near as far as it did back in the day, as you were saying. You're bang on. All of these things combined, somebody would have to stop at some point and go, wait a second, like, we have to do things to make it more manageable. That's not what's going on from a governmental perspective, as in somebody who's sitting over and above the people.
Right, looking out for the people.
You know what I mean? Looking out for the people in some capacity. Somebody should stop and go, wait a minute, X, Y, and Z is effed up. It's going to cause us to run out of oil and to not be able to purchase food and to to all of these things. If that's where this is going, there should be some level of breaks and or checks and balances in place to mitigate this.
Well,
somebody should be actively working on that.
But the people that are in charge of those breaks and checks and balances are
in on the scheme.
Right. They capitulated, are in on it, or just don't care.
This is where I'm going.
One of the things that I've never said on this show, but I've always studied, And I think I find this to be true. Again, this is something y'all might want to argue. You can, but I think the biggest problem with the human condition, and I'm talking about from person to person, is the unknown and the ununderstood scares the living shit out of people. The unknown, what could be, and what they don't previously understand to be normal, and and it freaks people. It freaks your average human being out. The unknown, and you see that in day-to-day life. People that don't look like the next person, and they don't really know who these people are, and they start acting funny with them, and all the shit you got out here right now in regular everyday life. People, when you don't understand something, it becomes an unknown. And right now, the world is kind of afraid of the unknown. Like, what happens if we don't have this as our normal? We don't have this to fall back on. What happens to us in the future? That freaks people the fuck out. And I'm way past that in my understanding of the human condition. I'm no longer a person that is stuck on what is now. I look more forward to what it is going to be in the future and what we can do to help it be better in the future. And sometimes that is letting something die. That is just letting something die. And, one of these days, your kids, Trips, your kid, and, their kids beyond that are going to be like, wow, you guys struggled that hard to let go of that power structure that oppressed all of y'all so badly. This is an oppressive power structure. Very oppressive. And we don't realize it because we live in it day to day and we rationalize it because we have to deal with it every day. But we're gonna look back at this time one day and we're gonna realize that this was so fucked up, and we hung on to it for way too long.
So this is well described. Like what you're sort of putting out there is well described in Aldous Huxley's Brave New World. It's slightly touched on in 1984, but better described in Brave.
Who was that author?
Aldous Huxley is the name of the author. In Brave New World, basically, it's more or less set sort of after that death, if you will. Okay, after that old regime has crumbled, and it's much closer to where I think we're going to wind up than anything else. And what I mean by that is in Brave New World, they kind of zero in on this one character, and he's ass out. He's living in the desert. It's him and his mom. His mom is hooking. You know what I mean? Like, whatever you got to do to make a buck to survive type situation. He fixes stuff. He gets a couple of bucks here and there. He has to go and scavenge and make things to survive. Like, there's the land is desolate. We'll call it Arizona, but it's more like nuclear Arizona after something went down. And they're just living off of what they can to get by. But unbeknownst to them, there's an entire full society just hours away from them, just outside of their purview. And this is basically where the affluent wind up. The protected, the folks who've been grifting, who took advantage of the situation that we're in. These people create their own society. The society is based on keeping everybody on pills and drugged and under control, and they live it up, and everything's cool. Nobody beefs. It's completely locked down, super controlled, super taken care of, until this guy shows up. And when he shows up accidentally, he comes to find out that the guy who runs the show is actually his dad. And his dad kind of realizes, oh, snap, this is my kid who's been out there all this time. I knew I left this kid. He looks just like me. I'm going to kind of take him under my wing and try to integrate him into society. And he tries to do this integration. And what winds up happening is, for the first time ever, somebody unalives themselves. And when they go and do that, it kind of sends repercussions throughout the entire society, because nobody could understand why somebody would do that, because everything's quote unquote perfect. And this is the only guy who's like, yeah, I've seen stuff like this before. I'm like a normal guy. I can understand why he did it. And then he kind of becomes the catalyst for unrest within this society, and like more or less almost single-handedly destroys this society. And it's awesome that he does, because the society is completely controlled, and it's only for the affluent, and there's an entire existence of humanity outside of this bubble that is just scraping by at the lowest.
I've seen that story so
capacity.
many times, kids, and so many just different ways of that story being done. I can't tell you how many movies I've seen like that. And to Wendy, even though I'm deleting your comments because of the certain words in there, I hear you, bro. That's the only reason I'm deleting them, because you putting certain kinds of words in there YouTube won't let me deal with. But to your point, Wendy, that you were talking about, and I'm taking the gloves off right here. Let me tell you something. There's a cabal of evil motherfuckers that are really the catalyst of it all, sitting right there in the Middle East. I'm not going to call out the country's name because YouTube will get you for that. But you guys know what I'm talking about. Right there in the Middle East, and they shouldn't be there. They shouldn't be there at all, but that's an evil, pure evil. I mean, when I say evil, unadulterated evil. That they are the catalyst of it all. Without them, when they are taken away from there, they will not be there. That place will not exist, not as it exists now with that name. It'll be there, but not with them controlling it. That is an evil cabal of motherfuckers that the world has never. I mean, these are some evil motherfuckers, and they are not. And they are. And when I say tied to every nation in the West, in Western society, I mean they are literally locktied with them. Whether you're here, whether you're in Canada, whether you're in Europe, any parts of Europe, you are tied in with that cabal of evil motherfuckers. They are the instigators and why the world is continuing to be negative. They drive it. They live off of it. They thrive off of it. And that's the world of old. I'm just telling you that right now. They know it. And they're fighting to exist.
What prevents what I just described from happening, though? Right? Like, what prevents, if this is the world of old and they are fully in power, controlling all level of resources imaginable, what?
Think about it this way, kids. This I know where you're going, but this will better answer your question. Just think about this in the terms of real estate. And you start thinking about who owns this, who owns that. Stop there for a second. Then you go to the world of finances. How much does this person have? How much does that person have? How is anybody else going to do anything because they own this or they have that much money? What happens when we deem that irrelevant? I don't give a fuck what you say you own.
No,
No, that's not your shit, Elon Musk. No, that's not your shit, Peter Thiel, or whatever the fuck your name is. No, this is not your country, such and such. We decide that it's not yours.
So two things is who's the we, and the we that I'm saying is yeah, the people who can't come together and have a conversation and are split, divided by race, religion, divided by political regime. The people who can't come together under any circumstances.
That's an easy, low-hanging fruit. But if you look at every way that it could not happen, you won't never get there.
I'm not. I'm just pointing out the dead obvious. The dead obvious is that
this low-hanging fruit, kid.
It's not. It is the stark reality that divides us all.
It's reality, but it's also low-hanging fruit. It's two things at once.
Sure, I agreed with you to say that it was low-hanging fruit, but once more, if it is the reality that exists and we cannot come together, there is no we. So in saying that, there is definitely a them, and they're playing ball together as a team. And that team is going to F off and go and do their own thing with all of the resources that they have
Let me play your
stolen.
game for a couple of seconds. The people that you're worried about that cannot and will not assimilate with others, they'll get eliminated. They'll get eliminated. Trust me. Natural selection is gonna do that, and people will help that too. They won't be there to stop everything from happening, but the truth is, there's a
That's what they want.
So be it. Those people shouldn't. They're oxygen thieves any fucking way. They're fucking stealing oxygen. You that hateful that you can't assimilate with people just because they look different than you? Get the fuck off the map. Tired of fucking dealing with you. They oxygen thieves, bro. So it's gonna come to that. But before that, it's identifying what the problem is in the first fucking place. That's the bigger picture. That's the macro view. The micro view is what you're talking about. So I mean, it'll get to a point where some things will get situated and separated out. And right now, what we have on the screen, we're talking about what we're going to deal with in the present tense. And this is just one of the first hurdles we're going to have to deal with. Is energy prices and how much it's going to cost you to live your life. And guess what? We're going to have to make some decisions on how we're living it. We're going to have to make some different ones, man. And, the way we've been doing it, man, if things get the way I see it going, man, we're going to have to make some large sacrifices. And I'm talking about transportation sacrifices, how we getting back and forth to work, all that stuff we've been talking about previously for months on the show. I think that's coming to life. I wonder, do y'all agree with that before we close the show? One last thought about this whole thing before we go right ahead.
Nah, I mean, you could talk about this all bloody day long because it's real stuff.
Man.
But like I said,
it's a fucked up situation that we can't control. So it's the reactionary movements that you have to take, but not only reactionary, but proactionary or preemptive by planning for, shit going sideways. So, we may not be able to avoid the sidewaysness of it all, but plan for it. So when it happens, you're not caught, between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah. All we can do is, roll with the tide, unfortunately. So if that means getting yourself an e-bike, like I think Bear Truth 9 was saying earlier in the chat, getting yourself a Tesla, getting yourself a magnetic skateboard like Marty McFly, like whatever you need to do to get away from recurring cost in general, fossil fuels in general, solar powered stuff. If that's what you want to rock with, do it. Hydrogen turbines, etc. But if you can get away from that recurring cost, especially oil, specifically petroleum, and Scroll says, don't get a Tesla. Yeah,
Any kind of EV.
I'm actually, you know what, fellas? I'm actually looking for a second car, but you know what I'm looking for?
Yeah.
A 4-cylinder with a lot of backspace in it, like a hatchback or something, where I can, store some things back there. So they got vehicles out there like that. And
question though, Matt, are you, because there's a changeover also in the automotive industry to where, the new vehicles are more like a lease. You can't work on your own shit, mechanically. There's a lot of computers that can be shut off or, monitored outside. So are you looking like for a gas, 4-cylinder, work on yourself putt, or are you looking for like an EV hatchback?
First, I need something for gas right now. I ain't reached the level financially today for the EV, but I don't think Illinois has the infrastructure quite the way it needs to be for everybody to be. Once everybody can have an EV, I'll be the first in line. I'll be the first one in line. But until then, right now, I know I need something that's real light on gas and that's gonna, get from A to B and get done what I need to know. I know we need to get done.
You a Honda Civic then?
Yeah, something like that, something down that neighborhood. That's perfect. I mean,
Yeah.
but no, I'm looking for something. I don't know if you've seen like I've seen the Kia Souls, I've seen the Honda Versas, I've seen
Mhm.
a few
Well,
different.
even Hyundai, they aren't like they used to be back in the 80s when they sucked. They've come a long way.
Oh yeah, yeah.
They still suck, but the warranty is rock solid. It's like a 10-year warranty on them things. So there's that. You could go look at
Subaru,
I was going to say just a RAV4, man. Toyota RAV4. It's probably
Toyotas.
exactly what you're looking for. It has a fair amount of room to store whatever you need to store. 4-banger. It'll get you to and from where you need to go. There's a ton of them on the road. So if you need parts, you can go find them. One of the higher selling vehicles in North America.
And now Jay Grizz is saying Ford
Present.
Transit Connect. But I would
That's
also
another one.
remember that you do live in the Midwest and there is snow. So when you think of like a little putt, you got to remember winter.
That's
so,
the other piece.
maybe
All-wheel
you look
drive.
for like 4x4.
I lived 3 cold hard winters in this motherfucker with an old ass Ford Escort, and that boy,
Oh boy,
that bad boy. Hey, only thing I need to do is change the tires. Once I change the tires, that bad boy, and it was a standard.
how many times do you have to
That's
shove
got to be a
yourself out
front
of the
wheel
snow?
drive, right?
Huh?
That's got to be a front wheel drive, right?
Yeah, them standards, man.
Yeah.
How many times do you have to shove your way out the snow?
Every day, all day.
I never had. I slipped off the road one time. I had to get pulled out. That's because I had to change the tires and I was being goddamn stubborn.
Ball tires.
Okay, well that'll do that for sure.
I had no meat on them shits, man.
But yeah, I mean the RAV4 is one of them things. It would all-wheel drive. You'll be fine.
All-wheel drive. Yeah.
It would take good care of you in the winter. Lots of room. It's like a small SUV. It's not a big SUV. It's a pretty small one.
I don't know what the
4-banger.
landscape is like in where you at, kids, but here one of the advantages to have a car like that is we drive on pretty much flat land everywhere.
But then also remember, it's kind of messed up that you got to think about things like this. But Hyundais and Kias are also, amongst the top of the list on vehicles stolen.
I didn't know that.
Trust me, I ain't gonna buy nothing that's attractive to no motherfucker. It's gonna be a used, nice, probably less than 100,000 miles on it. It's gonna be reliable and it's gonna have a lot of room to put shit in it when I need to. That's it, and it's gonna be easy on gas. That's the bottom line. That's the goal. And so it's a lot of vehicles that meet those requirements out there. It's just about finding the right one.
Well, but that's when, when your frequency is on a higher level, like you keep it, and your karmatic aura is, good, as the kids say, you're going to come across, one of these jobs where you're, cleaning somebody's stuff out or helping them out. And you're going to open the garage and be like, hey, what that is? Oh, that's an old car I don't even drive no more. You want it? Here's a good price for you, if not free.
And to that point too, also the flip side is not only you being proactive about it and just trying to, understand the times. The times also allow for good financial transactions to take place right now, because guess what? People need money. So you're gonna run across good deals everywhere. I see them every day.
Pennies on the dollar.
Yeah. And I ain't one of them type of people that's like a fucking buzzard and fucking vulture, just take advantage of people. But this is the time we live in, man, where people just need cash. And they need it bad.
Yeah. So it's I mean, you don't want to take advantage of this situation, but you didn't put them in that situation and you're not making them do that stuff, and they have something for sale, for pennies on a dollar. If you pay pennies on a dollar, there's no need to feel guilty about it.
Hey, bro. Hey, Jay Grizz, I love Honda Odysseys. I know a lot of grown men that's just too ego-driven and too proud, and they probably just immature. They can't stand the thought of driving a van. He's talking about
minivan. Those are dope.
I love minivans, bro.
Man, you put the seats down, they open, and you got a lot of room. It's chill.
I might get another one, man. I just let one go, man. I might go for another one. I might go for yours, Jay Grizz. 125K ain't gonna hurt nobody.
Man, because can you imagine a nice minivan going into the drive-in? That's a whole different world.
I love minivans. I ain't gonna even tell y'all.
Captain's chairs, come on.
I'm gonna get too carried away if I tell y'all what I really want to do with a van, because I want to funk one just funk one out real tough, man.
Turn into the mystery machine.
You talking about ass or grass or gas? You know, everybody pays that rides.
Yeah, man. I want to put some racing tires, some fat, wide racing tires on it. Put a different kind of exhaust on it so it kind of has a little roar to it, and give it a nice ass paint job. I think the shape of these vans, especially the one that Grizz has, like the Odyssey, there's another couple of them. I think there's one by Toyota that's real dope. The shape of them, they're so aerodynamic, and you can really funk them out, man. You can really funk them out.
Scrolls, what's going on with the produce, man?
Kids. All right, so you're in Canada, you don't know. But we spoke about Elmo Musk earlier, but him and his Doge crew, when they came in the government, and they did a lot of cuts to a lot of different programs. One of those programs was the sterile flies that prevented the worms from eating the beef that's happening in Texas. But another one was the process to vet and verify and check the produce shipments, like where they came from, where they're going, and the scientific testing of them.
Oh, okay.
So since those departments were cut, there's been a rash of what's being called explosive diarrhea, and it's coming from the produce that is infected with whatever the hell it's infected with. And so because of all of the cuts, they don't know what's causing it. They don't know where the bad stuff is. They're blaming Taco Bell, and Taco Bell has always been an issue, but Taco Bell didn't grow this damn lettuce. So it's another issue that our quote unquote elected leadership have humped the bunk on. And so now in many different states, as people eat lettuce, which I wanted to get like some lettuce to make a salad. I didn't. So I got meat. You know what I mean? So now people are ill from eating vegetables, basically.
Okay, fine.
Look at what Scrolls is saying.
No, I'm reading the chat, man.
Read it
all right, fine. He's saying they're using human sewage as fertilizer, kids. That's why we have this bug going around. That's crazy. So, one of the few, there's certain upsides to being a Canadian and living in Canada. And one of them is CFIA, right? So CFIA is the Canadian Foods Inspection Agency. There's no real BS getting around that. They will fine you and shut your shit down. Like, you know what I mean? So what you're saying is there was a similar type organization in existence, and
they shut down.
Those shut them down. So now anybody can put whatever the hell they want in whatever.
So now all vegetables are giving people explosive diarrhea.
Jay Grizz only eats me spinach that's infected.
That is a vegetable, so you are eating it at your own explosive diarrhea risk.
Oh,
best thing I can tell you is the thing to keep for is, and this shouldn't be, and if you got an organic garden like I do, you don't have to worry about this. But when you're buying vegetables from the store, or fruit for that matter, you see that shiny layer that's on that vegetable, that no matter how hard you wash it, that shiny coat on that vegetable won't come off, like say an apple or something like that. Peel that fucking skin off. And I wouldn't tell you that ordinarily, because the skin is that's got a lot of
nutrients in it.
But right now, for your safety, peel the skin off anything you getting from the store.
Damn.
And I'm just being honest with you.
You know what I mean? So you want to eat healthy, but you can't, because the healthy stuff makes you sick.
Peel that skin off. There's some plastic in that shit. So
that's why I really want to, but I haven't. Like your organic gardens, but the indoor ones, that DIY, plastic bottles, maybe a fish tank and a hydroponics, but you grow your own herbs and vegetables. So like you want spinach, you want lettuce, you're growing it, so you don't have to worry about, giving yourself explosive diarrhea from buying it from the store.
So everything that we've been talking about on this channel, as far as that goes, all equals to now. It all correlates to now.
This aspect of life, that aspect of life, that aspect of life, all of it's fucked up.
And dude, I tell you something, man. I can go on and on, but another thing I want to tell you, this goes to show you how deep the trying times that we are in. There's been 4 batches of UFO disclosure documents dropped out from the government to the public, and hardly a motherfucker is talking about it either. I'm telling you, we are going through a collective trauma as humans on this planet, so strong that we can't get past our narcissism and think about what we're gonna have to do to the next day. Or either it's just too much for other people to think about. It's like, oh fuck, we got all this going on and we got aliens. And so it's interesting to me that all of this information is out there and hardly anybody's talking about it. So it makes me believe that there's a lot of people that need diversion in their lives, because if they start thinking about what's really there and what's really permeating around them, that's too much for them to compute, and their computers start to smoke. And go ahead, kid.
So you're saying that's not diversion?
What do you say?
I'm asking you.
Okay, I'll tell you what. Let's look at it. How about that? And you tell me what you think it is, because I don't know what it is, and I'm done trying to tell people what I think it is. I just let people think and see for themselves. But we will give it the proper intro like we should. Hold on, I can find it. Okay, we go. So let me see. Let me make sure we got it right in the studio. If one of y'all can maximize this for me, I'm gonna maximize it on my end. That'll help me out a little bit. So this is a compilation of pretty much everything that we've been missing for the last 4 weeks when they've been dropping shit out here. Let me see what the screen looks like. Thank you, fellas. Get back in there. All right, so you guys can comment as we go, because this is this video doesn't have any audio to it. So as you seeing it, speak your mind and be chatty about it if you want to be.
All right, let's
and what I like about these videos is they're not the homemade. I saw something on my camera phone. This is military shit. And so this.
What is that, water?
Yeah, that's over water, whatever it is.
What are we looking at? The little black box?
The black box is trying to keep up with the white dot.
Oh, the white dot. Okay, that's what we're looking at. All right.
So there's a military, a helicopter or a plane or something trying to get the aim on this thing. But it looks like it's more just keeping an eye on it. Whatever it is. But whatever it is, it looks similar to some of the stuff that's going to probably show up in this video a little later. If it don't, I'm going to show you guys some stuff. It's floating over water. Moving very oddly. Let me fast forward a little bit. It's a whole lot of that. All right, here we go. Now it gets a little closer. But you really can't see the real shape of it, but you can see how fast it's fucking moving. Right there, hovering right above water. What does it look like to you guys?
Pikachu.
That's one way to see it, like a turtle sitting right side up.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like the Pikachu cartoon thing moving. I mean, there's nothing like moving. There are no wings. There's no like motor propellers. Just looks like some kind of object just moving.
No condensation coming from it or nothing.
Yeah, and no smoke trail, no exhaust, no. It don't know how it's propulsion. It's don't know the speed of how it's moving, but it's moving. It's something. What? Fuck if I know.
All right, let's keep going.
How big you think this thing is?
It's hard to tell in proportion to what we're looking at. This is part of it might be the same video. No, this is going somewhere else. You see that moving on the left hand side?
Left hand side.
It's like a little cloud you can barely see. Now they see that?
No.
It's almost like a little cigar floating out there.
Oh, like a little wisp, like beneath the green dots or some shit. Yeah. Okay.
There it is.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it looks like a long wing just kind of moving, like a flock of birds, but together.
It's like the outline or the outside of something bigger, but all we can see is the lights of it.
Right. It's like if it was like let's say if it was a flying saucer type thing, what you can see is like the front edge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It could be something cloaked. It could be who knows?
It looks like it's separate. It's almost like you can see separate little windows there or something. If you look close at it.
It's something stealthed.
All right.
It kind of looks like a face. Maybe that's the shadows.
Okay, we go into another video. This is over water too. See the little white dot?
White dot.
Moving crazy on the motherfucker.
Oh, kind of like 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 12 o'clock.
12 o'clock now.
Yeah, 12 o'clock up there at the top.
Just got out the screen. Let's see what they do.
It looked like it stopped. Oh, there you go.
Whatever this is a much smaller. And I was doing research on this. This is like a from what people I'm talking about the people I've seen a few people that actually took this video and was in these planes. They feel like it's kind of and they ain't get a chance to go to Congress and tell what they saw, nothing like that yet. They think this one is a reconnaissance vehicle. Like several they've seen over like nuclear weapon sites. They think it's like a reconnaissance vehicle, and they're there to make sure there's no nuclear activity. And they seem to think that they're there to neutralize any kind of nuclear missile that might be getting considered fired. And if that's the case, thank you. Fucking thank you.
Yeah, it's
Let's keep going. That's showing you a whole bunch of the same. This is different. This is like another cigar shape. Something getting in for a close. Oh, this is the one a lot of people is talking about. Like the starfish shaped thing.
Oh, the little X, that's what we're looking at.
With like 6 little stems coming out of it.
Yeah.
A lot of people was talking about that.
I mean, that's actually the shape of a big ass drone.
Yo, what was that?
The thing that went around the screen.
I just saw it shoot something.
Hey, some of this I'm looking at it for the first time. This one looks more vertical.
I don't know what we're looking at.
It's
the little white dot.
Yeah.
A lot of little white dots.
It's sitting up vertically though.
Yeah, it's moving right to left.
Let us know what y'all thinking, No Maniacs. What y'all think this is? What does it look like to y'all? I'm just glad I found a condensed one that's showing mostly all military vehicles watching this shit instead of people filming it. It's hard to argue with this shit.
Well, that's not true.
Well, there's a whole lot of argument.
I would probably be happier if it was just regular folks seeing this.
There's plenty of that shit out there. I think they intentionally showing us stuff that you can't. I mean, it's more official.
Yeah, but it's still vague.
It is very vague. It is very vague, and you just don't know what to make of it.
Well,
now it looks like two of them.
Now I've got a better question.
I know one.
Why would you just watch something like this and not get closer so you could get a bit of a better view as to what the F this actually is?
Or maybe they were told not to intercept.
If you was flying,
I'm not saying go and shoot it down, but maybe just
if you flying this motherfucker, how close you gonna get?
Well, if you Top Gun, I'm trying to get up close to it, do a loop to loop on top of it, take a picture with a Polaroid.
Let me pause this for a second, because
the hell is that?
There's another video probably towards the end of here where it's like this cluster, or it's like a bunch of, it's like a distorted Rubik's Cube, if you want to say. This is the biggest UFO video out there right now, and people are trying to, and it's showing up in a lot of different places, and it looks like, let's just say a bunch of let's just say UFOs in a cluster is what it looks like if I had to describe it.
Well, that's what Red Baron is putting in the chat right now to you.
Is he? I can't see it because I'm guiding.
He says, Nomad, you should find the video of flight MH370 being surrounded by UFOs and then disappearing.
I think I got it. I think I got it scrolled, but we're gonna see. But hopefully it's in this cluster, because I didn't see this all the way to the end. But let's keep going. But that's an interesting goddamn video if you ever want to see one.
Hey man, we must have missed Foster Covers in the chat, man. Shout out to Foster.
I saw Foster. What up, Foster?
What up, Foster? Uncle Foster. Now, what are we looking at? Is that clouds? Is that water? What is it?
Yeah, I'm trying to forward to the action. I don't know why.
As much as we spend on military, can we get some cameras with some HD TV?
You know what I'm saying? Like, this is what I'm trying to do. This shit's in black and white. It's like it's like 8,000 kilometers away. See that? Metric
system. Infrared, man. It's black and white.
What are we? It looks like a tornado clouds. What are we looking at?
It's something that you just gotta watch.
Oh, that little white thing.
Oh, I saw it.
I have no idea what's happening.
There it is.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Moving from like 2 to 8, down right to left. So I'm going fast.
Another one. This is all collected. This is just a whole bunch of them jammed together. You can let me know what they're saying in the chat. If they're saying something I need to hear.
Jay Grizz is saying it looks like it's over water, and that might be a speedboat.
Oh, I see that one.
So this is the big release that the government put out, huh?
Yeah. We ain't done, man.
Okay, a lot of little white spots.
It's a whole bunch of them.
Settle down, kids.
Keep it going.
You gotta get a rag for that. Clean that shit up.
Oh man, yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know what. I'm trying to find what Rose is talking about. This is some crazy shit.
And it looks like we're looking down at water.
It's a dot he's trying to eyeball.
Okay, there's a dot in the center of that square. Okay, there we go.
Last station, calling street after again.
Breaker 19.
He locked on. He locked onto it, and the thing just moved. He locked onto it. I wanted to
it's just funny that he can lock in, but he can't zoom in. These cameras suck. This is actually like the best footage so far right now. And what are we seeing? Anything? Was that what it
we go
was?
loop-de-loop. All right. So kind of reminds me of look at that Star Wars game where you fly the TIE
Yo,
fighter.
that one back in the day. Yeah, that was a dope ass game, man.
Yeah, it was.
I used to love that game. You go and blow up the Death Star.
Yeah. I used to love the X-Wings.
That was hype.
Those are my joints. I don't know what's happening here.
I'm kind of scrolling. We almost done. I don't think the video I'm looking for is in here. So far, it ain't.
Is that a crop circle?
There's another Tic Tac shape something. Oh, that one ain't Tic Tac. That's an orb.
I can take your word for
it. Can you expand it a little more?
Nah, I can't manipulate the screen at all.
Let me. Oh, I think this is part. This might be that. This might be that one.
Okay, it looks like
is this the one? I think this is the one, Scrolls.
What is that, Lone Ranger?
It looked like Orko from He-Man.
Look at this.
I thought that was Lone Ranger.
Look at this shit.
Oh no, wait, no. Looks like Sonic. I have no idea what we're looking at. Was that a flying pig?
It just took off.
Pigs in space.
That was hilarious.
Classic.
What show was that from?
All right,
the Muppet Show, man.
That's a quick snapshot of
Muppet
what
Show.
that was. Let me get this off the screen right quick. Let me show y'all something, because some people did some work on this video.
I thought you were off Twitter.
This is my ghost account. This is an up close view of what they was looking at.
See what's going on.
So he's on Twitter.
I don't want to hear that.
What the hell?
Wait, that looks like the same thing we just saw.
It kind of looks like the Millennium Falcon.
Oh, man, I got this, man.
Looks like it's moving closer.
All right, it shut the fuck up.
Oh, that's different. Oh, there it is. There, that thing.
Who's this guy?
That's a gray.
Okay, this is more of what. Let me see. They showed an enhanced view of this. They enhanced this thing like 3 or 4 times. All right, here we go. This is the original to the left of what people saw on the video. It's as close as they got. The view that they dropped was this video to the left. An enhanced view and a super enhanced. This is what they came up with. So it almost looks like a balled up transformer.
Yeah, it looks like for those that saw that movie Raccoon City. That looks like the underground Raccoon City, but up in the air.
Raccoon City was Resident Evil?
Yeah, Resident Evil. Like you remember how Raccoon City was under subterranean, and it had different levels, and it was built kind of like a Hornet's hive or cone or kind of thing, where it had, it was kind of like this design, but different, where you got different levels going on up in there. So I don't know. I mean, how does it propel itself? Is there something in it? Is it alive? I don't know. But Scrolls is saying, nah, that's not it. Just look up MH370 UFO. Bear Truth saying looked like it was made by us or US.
Let me see. Let me take this off the screen before I look it up, before I come into something I don't need.
Hey now.
Get you guys back up there. I mean, look for it. What do you say? MH270?
MH Michael Henry 370.
Okay.
Over. Yeah. I don't know. Like I said, all that stuff's wild and crazy. I'm a little disappointed in the Pentagon, to be frank, if I have to say this.
Like that's all y'all got?
Little disappointed. Oh, I'm just saying, look at all the stuff we were talking about before, and y'all taking like 8,000 kilometer
Oh,
shots.
I kind of see what he's talking about.
Well, I don't see Canada come with nothing better though. Damn it.
Let me see. Let me let y'all see what he's talking about.
This is a fact. This is true.
Let me let y'all see what he's talking about. And it's good. It don't even have no sound to it. I don't think. I gotta stop this screen first.
Share me. Yeah, you gotta stop our first one first.
Got it.
That's funny.
All right. So we're looking at a sky.
And you see
something moving from
what's
left
that?
to right.
Rolling around.
Well, that's one of our vehicles moving, and you got shit flying around it.
Oh, like three things flying around it. Like, okay, that's a plane moving from left to right, 9 to 3. And you got these things just buzzing around it. And they're not like a triangle, they're moving independently.
And there seems to be some symmetry to it.
There are 2 at the bottom, 2 at the top.
Oh,
what the hell?
What was that?
It just went away. It just went pop and went away, disappeared.
Holy shit. Let me see that again.
Yeah, you know what I mean? It just was like, oh shit, there I can see that. Oh, where'd it go? Now, if that's a plane, that looks like a plane, wings and shit, and then boom, gone.
Something's right. Something's not right about that.
Let's see. Red Baron is saying the government tried to say the video was fake, but experts said it can't be debunked. Because there it is, and then boom, flash. Yeah. So it's like it traveled back in time, or forward in time, or another dimension, gone. There's no debris, so it wasn't like it was destroyed and falling out. I want to see that. It went somewhere. It's like Marty McFly when he hit 90. Gone. Huh. Crazy.
Yeah, see that explosion looked kind of comical.
Well, I mean, are we sure it's not AIs?
I don't know. That explosion, if you look hard at that explosion, it looked kind of comical.
And I don't mean Allen Iverson.
Right there.
He was a good basketball player.
Damn, I'm messing up.
Practice. We're talking about practice.
And it's gone. That's wild, though. Let me get out of here. Thank you for that one, Scrolls. I didn't see that one. All right, man.
I got nothing. I don't even know what to say about this stuff.
Really, it's just so that people see it. All the people that didn't get a chance to see it get a chance to see it here because we cover it sometimes. But I do think, even though it's right now, it's kind of trivial to a lot of people still, I think it's going to be a player soon. The whole conversation, it's going to be a player. How it becomes a player and in what form, I don't know, but it's going to be a player. So, here we go. We're going down that road. But that's that for that part of the show, man. What would you guys rather do right now? You guys want to review a movie? You want to do an album? Which one would you rather do right now? Let you guys call. Flip a coin or something.
I'm always down to do the music thing because odds are we've all heard whatever you've listened to. You're gonna pull out. So music's fun.
What about you, Trip?
Yeah, music's cool.
All righty. I want to do a record.
I'm a music man. What up, Billy Joel?
I think.
I thought you were going. Okay.
Oh, you're going Master Ace?
You know where I was going.
Come on, son.
Criminal Minded.
Oh shit!
Or is this the next one? This is the next one. This is a great album.
No, that's by all means necessary.
Yeah, this is about
Boogie Down Productions. Karis One.
Which one you think was a better record?
I don't think there is no better. There is just different.
Yeah, well said.
All right, Bear Truth 9 wanted to do a movie. We'll get you one in there, man. Don't worry.
He'll do one of each.
I think if y'all knew what the second record was, y'all be pissed.
All right, well, hold on. Let me give you a for those that don't know, BDP or AKA
Boogie Down
Productions,
Productions.
will always get paid. We'll take the wackest song and make it better. But
What you about to get the
Karis One, he's the leader, the main rapper. And this album that we're looking at now, By All Means Necessary, it's Karis One on the cover, looking out the window like Malcolm X.
You know who was heavy on the production here?
Say again?
You know who was heavy on the production here?
Producer Karis One, 1988 album, By All Means Necessary. Production was entirely produced by the group's MC and frontman, Karis One. One. Hoo-ha!
If it ain't this one, it's the third one. I think it was this one too. He just didn't get the credit on it. Like he didn't get the credit on self-destruction. He got the credit, but KRS One was also credited, and he did the whole production.
Well, yeah, because KRS One's a very talented young man.
Oh, yeah, he's a killer unaliver in the studio now. He's tough, but D Nice, man, D Nice is tougher.
My name is D Nice. The TR-808 is coming bright and early in the morning. But
what are you looking for? A track list?
Yeah, I got it right now. I was just in my own head for a minute. But the
better of the two, if you're asking,
it's 11 tracks. Number one, My Philosophy. Number two, You're Slipping. Number three, Stop the Violence. Stop the Violence. Number four, Illegal Business Controls America. Still does, kids. We're talking about that earlier. Number five, Nervous. Number six, I'm still number one. Number seven, Part-Time Suckers. Number eight, the J, the I, the M, the Y, the J, the I, the M. It's Jimmy. Hold up. Number nine, Ta-cha. Different than Come to the Teacher. Number 10, Necessary. Number 11, Dope Beat. So yeah, a lot of like songs that are classics that hip hop heads would know, as we kids and I, were singing the song as we read the title. And Karis One, though, his MC style was of many styles. He could come, with a little Rasta flavor. He could come with a little more intellectual flow. He could come from the hood, but he was all about his nickname or his moniker, the Teacher. He's all about unity. He's all about, black power and bringing people together and, fighting the man, and how the system is, bad. And this album cover with him looking out like Malcolm X, By All Means Necessary, as he, quoted, Brother Malcolm there many times, for the upliftment and power to the people movement. So he's always been about uplifting as opposed to tearing down or the negativity of hip hop or society. So I love me some Karis One, BDP, rest in peace, Scott LaRock, rest in peace, Miss Melody. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, classic.
Well, can I, if you don't mind, kids, I got a word or two for this. It's hard for me to imagine all the Boogie Down Production songs I heard, all the KRS One songs I heard, and I don't remember him ever really cursing. I'm sure he has at some point, but curse words they're hard to find here. So as a young boy, his intention was always to be positive. For whatever reason, he was positive and trying to uplift the Black community at all times. And even in all of his songs, there's always something leaning towards that. Even in Love's Gonna Get You, where he's telling the story of him and his family being
you picked the one
blank was I supposed to do?
Yeah, even in that one, that story is very relatable because a lot of people in the black community can relate to that. Like they tired of struggling, man. We can
Right?
got to get some steaks with the bean and rice now.
You know what I
You
mean?
know what I mean? So
Be sharing, outfits with my brother. That ain't fresh.
and also one of the things that stuck out to me as a producer, always listening to certain things, and I think when you start thinking about the chronology of hip hop, I don't know if I ever heard scratching to bass to 808. I mean, like directly to it, boom, like I heard it in his production. That's the first time I ever heard it like that.
Yeah,
It
well,
might have been,
that's D Nice influence right there.
could be,
Well, he was a TR-808. That was his kind of name.
yeah.
He was on the production, the TR-808 beat machine. That was kind of in at the time.
It's real hard scratching. Like he is a true like KR's run is hip hop.
Yeah,
he is hip hop, and you can say whatever you want to say about him, but hardcore. But again, man, I'm a lyrical person, but I'm also a producer, and so I listen to it all. The lyrics, the message, but the production for that time frame was so dope. When you listen to all the other production that was going on at the time, it was its own entity. You can hear a BDP record and it set itself apart from the other production out there, did it not?
Come to the teacher.
Would you agree with that, Trips?
Oh yeah, yeah. He was him, them, the whole crew. They were always on point. They were trendsetters, not trend followers.
Well said. So I've met this guy a couple of times. He is he's often forgotten in people's top 10 lists of rappers. And I say forgotten, it might be omitted or skipped, but I've seen this guy, and he calls himself the teacher. I've seen this guy quite literally teach a crowd how to rap from old school to new school, beginning to end, explaining different styles and how they came about and why. And like it was that was the last. I've seen him perform a couple of times again and met him both times, watching him perform. The last performance was after he'd released Step Into Our World, which I believe, it's one of his later releases. And he did this performance, and I was like, I've never seen anything like this in my life. Like, as far as hip hop is concerned, if you were in the crowd, you could easily walk out of that room and MC. I don't give a shit who you were, what what you were doing. But the way that he laid it down was in a very strange manner, and it all comes together and all made sense, especially to an MC. Like if you did rap at the time, what he was putting down was so much more poignant than one would think. And I wish I could explain it. I can't. It was you know what I mean? Like,
well, I think I can for you kids, because I did have the pleasure of seeing BDP with K Solo at the Airy Crown Theater, which is in McCormick Place, right just to the south of Soldier Field. But I think what Kids is saying about how KRS-One was able to convey how to be an MC to the session speaks to his ability to teach and convey information. Because if you look him up on YouTube, beyond the music, he does seminars and he does talks, and he'll speak on the history of something metaphysical. He'll speak on the history of something Egyptian or African, and he'll tie it into today in a way. And the way he explains things, it's very thought-provoking. It's very informative, but it's also very easy to understand and relatable because of the way he phrases it and puts things into modern phrases or examples of what historically, the point is he's trying to reference. So he's an intellectual guy. And so it's not like, yeah, I'm a pimp, I'm a gangster, I'm a teacher. Nah, he is a teacher, because he has that intellect and he's willing to share. And we know, about his life from the lyrics of his songs. He grew up in the shelter system. There was a lot of, rappers, but he had to diss them. You know what I mean? So he came up the hard way, but he opened his brain and his mind to absorb not all negativity. He understands the negativity, look at the album cover, but it's for a positive outcome. And his whole persona, his whole aura is that, whether it be on album or when he's, in colleges or wherever he's at giving lectures.
Well, I know this to be a fact because my godmother is a friend of his mother, was a friend. I don't know if she's still here, but she's an older woman. And I could have met him when I moved down to Atlanta because he was heavy in Atlanta. And something happened the day he was at my godmother's house, which is off of Cascade Road at the time in Atlanta. You know what I'm talking about? Right there in the heart of Atlanta. And something happened. Something I can't remember exactly what it was, but I wasn't gonna miss this if it wasn't something big that was going on. Something big happened, and I had to move around, and I could not get there. But he was there waiting to meet me, and he found out that I was in the production, and he heard some of the stuff that I did. So he sat there for a while. I just couldn't make it. But I'm just talking about, where he came from is the world of metaphysical. That's where he got all the information from, and he learned that real early. I know that. And this, what KRS-One brought to the world of hip hop, the whole hip hop culture, is transformative. Him himself, he's transformative in the way that, like Trips was talking about. He does lectures now, and he speaks to, like, when kids met him on stage, he didn't meet him, but he met him. And the way kids got through describing what I just heard him say, that was transformative for him and a whole bunch of people that was there at that show. So that's why I say he's probably the most, I would just say the most transformative MC of our time, man, because he brought something to the game and was so strong with it. It made a whole generation of rappers. It was probably 50-50. Half of them was conscious rappers. Most of them was 7%ers. Some of them was Nation of Islam. Some of them was all kinds of things, but consciousness and positivity was the thing. And then you had another, I say about 60-40 or 70-30 was 70 was more conscious and positive. And then you had the street element that was always there, but very transformative, very transformative. One of the most powerful MCs that ever lived. There's a whole lot of people that would tell you he's the best MC that ever lived.
He might be, right? Like he should be in that conversation, well over a lot of the guys who are in that conversation. And why I say that is for multiple reasons. Like the first reason is his career spanned, basically all three major hip hop eras, right? Like it did. This is album number 2. And you asked earlier which one is better. I have to say Criminal Minded is one of the best hip hop albums of all time.
I think it's the most historic one.
It is all, and that's for that reason, right? Like for that reason.
This one sound better to me.
This is more like the sound is different, right? Like the sound of this album, from especially as a producer yourself, the sound of this album is a little bit different. The sound in the previous album is so it's so.
Well, that was not Kenny Parker, but the DJ.
Red Alert, probably.
Not Red Alert.
Are you sure?
Deceased
one. D Nice. Did D Nice have a lot to do with the first one?
No, the one that died. His DJ.
Oh, Scott LaRock. My bad.
My
bad. Yeah, you're probably right. It probably had a lot more to do with Scott LaRock at that time. Like the why I love Criminal Minded is it has the historical aspect, yes, but it's so heavily fueled with raga, with Jamaican culture. It's very, Cool Herc, Chris Parker or Karis One Jamaican influenced, and I love it. Those the tracks on that album, I will play those tracks. Like, I'll tell you the God honest truth, I play those tracks to this day. I'll play them in my whip tomorrow. I Out of this album, you might catch me play My Philosophy, because it's such a staple. And I've been kind of going through that track in my brain for the last little while, strangely, since you put this up. But I've just been going through it, and it's so well put together. The beat was well put together, but he really sort of went through just putting down who he is and why he's going to be this teacher moniker. Whereas
philosophy,
it's really what it is, right? And if you look at Criminal Minded, it's a little bit more like, I can't call it gangster.
Look at what
more
Grid.
good.
It's
Look what
like
Grid
if
said.
Bob Marley had rapped. I would never say that, but I see what you're saying.
No, he's transformative in that way.
I would see what you're saying. Like, if I said if Bob Marley had rapped, I would actually say listen to Damian Marley, because he really sounds like that. Like, if Bob Marley did rap, that's kind of how Damian sounds. But Chris he's just a young, like, for my like Jamaican culture, there is so musical that just walking out the street in Jamaica, like, finding a kid of his age walking out the front door of his house, making his own track up, freestyling on the spot, is just everyday regular shit. And he really exuded that and brought that to light, and still does. Like, you'll find him in parks in the Bronx doing it tomorrow. Like, you could probably find him in the Bronx freestyling tomorrow, right? Like, this is who he is.
And speaking on that, to piggyback on what Kids is saying there, of the Bronx, and talking about Criminal Minded, the album cover here on Boogie Down Production, or By All Means Necessary, is violent because he has a firearm. But if you look at the time that this album came out, this was right at that precipice of when gangster rap, started taking over, because, the corporations bought it out, because Boogie Down Productions was more criminal toward equality, against the system. And so while it's not gangster, like the track list for Criminal Minded, which is supposedly gangster. Poetry, South Bronx, 9mm Goes Bang, Word from Our Sponsor, Elementary, Dope Beat, Remix for the P is Free, The Bridge is Over, Super Hole, and Criminal Minded. That's not gangster stuff. That was just growing up in the hood, South Bronx. And it was just violent at the time. It wasn't about, having a 9 to go bang robbing people. Is like, hey, if something goes down, I got one of those too, and it goes bang. So it's more about defense, self-defense kind of thing.
You want to exist.
Well,
what I mean?
There's other aspects to it too. Like, he's a battle rapper too. Like, I'm not gonna sit there and say that he's a gangster rapper, because he's not. He's definitely a battle rapper. He had, like, that whole Criminal Minded LP is really him setting himself up as a adversary for the Juice Crew. And the Juice Crew is originally Marley Marl and Big Daddy Kane.
It's the Bronx. It's the Bronx and Queensbridge at that time.
Yeah.
That's really, and Queensbridge is represented again by Marley Marl, Kane,
there's a proof.
Biz Marquis, MC Shan is the major guy at the time that he had beef with.
Roxanne Shante,
the whole shebang, and that's him sort of putting himself up against them. He like, he not only held his own, he probably had the better tracks, period. And like, let's just be real about this. The Juice Crew was super dope. Big Daddy Kane is one of my favorites. Master Race is definitely in my top few MCs ever as well. But MC Shan's career was never the same, y'all. Like, never the same after this guy grabbed a microphone and was like, "Fuck these
I don't think it was because of that. I think it's because the artist that came after him in that crew was way more dope, and so he kind of was overshadowed by all. You got Kane, you got Cool G Rap, you got Master Ace, you got Craig G, you got all these cats that's coming after him. I think it was that. And I know I heard this story so many times that, you know, that KRS-One put him out, sent him to the glue factory. I don't think so. I think it was just the power of the cast that was in that crew just overshadowed them. They was just way better MCs. Way better MCs.
That's a tough one. Like, that group of guys.
You can't argue it though. You can't argue with that.
I like it's like there's potential argument there, but I'll kind of leave it alone because I love those guys just as much as I love Chris, man. So you know, but going back to Shan specifically, because he didn't have and he would say that too, because that's kind of how they looked at it back them days. They looked at it like, okay, well, you have beef with the entire Juice Crew. And I don't think Chris really said that at any time, because there's no, if you recall, I can't recall a diss record from Kane to Chris, or from Cool G to Chris, or from Master Ace to Chris, or you know what I mean? Like, I don't think they ever effed with him, but the beef was him and Shan, and straight up and down, man, Shan could not hold a candle to this man for certain.
No, there's no,
because he flipped styles on him.
Bro, he'd get right into reggae, and it's kind of over. It's just a different thing. But you know, and what's funny, I guess, is like, what's the last track you remember MC Shan on?
Oh shit. There's no, man.
There's one specific track that I'm expecting as the answer.
I know it, but I'm just not thinking correctly right now. But you talking about in comparison to lyrical ability, and it comes down to that for me. And sometimes the beat carries it over and takes it over the top, and that happens at times. But MC Shan was about as bubblegumish as you can be during that era of, you know, when Chris came through a mic, when KRS-One came through a mic, his voice is so dominant, it's powerful, and it just smothered. Like MC Shan, here we go again and again. That's how he sounded in every record. And KRS-One is way more dynamic. And like Kids was talking about, how he can flip into the Jamaican accent and go there on the mic. That just, he can't do nothing with that.
Yeah.
So the answer to the question before you go, Trip, is Informer by Snow. All right, that's the song.
Oh, Informer?
It's Informer. That's the last song. It's probably Shan's biggest song.
Yeah, 1993.
And it's a reggae song, coincidentally, just to sort of wrap around what we're talking about.
Oh yeah, because I'm looking at his songs now, and it's like Informer, 12 Inches of Snow, 1993.
I think he had bigger, one or two bigger records than that.
Name one.
But I'm looking at like
he never did.
The Juice Crew I was never like a huge fan of.
Really?
But looking at MC Shan songs, it's like his track list is horrible.
It's bad.
That's just because you don't know him.
Well, no, I know him. I was there for all of them. They just sucked.
Yeah, they're not good, Nomad. And I mean, even what you're saying holds true. It was very bubblegum at best. He just wasn't a guy. You know what I mean? He wasn't, in comparison to KRS-One, he was not the guy. Any of those other guys that we're talking about there from the Juice Crew could probably have really had a good battle with Chris, but
you know what I didn't like about
Shan.
And I tell y'all again and again, I studied this era so hard. And my music, the stuff that I produce when I go hip hop, it starts somewhere in this vein. It's, at least when the drum pattern starts to develop, it comes from this vein right here, this era right here. I'm in love with this era. Now, talking about Shan, talking about his music and why it never really went nowhere, because you really couldn't tell one record from the next. His style and how he delivered on the microphone, his delivery was just, I'm telling you, it all sounded like this. Here we go, again and again. And then about a man named Frank. That's how it sounded the entire record. And every record, just you can just bleed one into the other when it's the same goddamn record. And you ain't going nowhere if you can't flip styles and get more authentic with. I mean, he was authentic for his time. Nobody sounded like him, but it gets stale. KRS One is way too dynamic of an MC to even have this conversation. Really, it's just no conversation to be had. Now, you know, him, the Bronx, and the people in Queensbridge that was making all them dope ass records, that kind of you know, you throw Brooklyn into it, you know, that they'll have that shit for the next 2 eons. They'll have that conversation for the next 2 eons. Who was the dopest out of those boroughs? But you know, yeah, you know, people still argue, where did it start? It don't matter to me. It started. I'll let people in New York deal with that, but we know it started in New York.
Well, yeah, I don't
South Bronx.
I don't care about potential origin in that respect. These guys are bigging up G-Rap, Rakim, and or Kane. I thought all of those guys were super dope, and they're probably each better than Chris to a degree. I would definitely say G-Rap is a bit of a cut above most of them. Like Rakim's different though. Like Rakim's another story. He's not Juice Crew though, to put that out as well. You know, Juice Crew, G-Rap and Master Ace, in my opinion, strangely, even above Kane, as much as I love him, those two rappers, yeah, man. Yo, no, seriously, very seriously.
It's been hard.
No, very seriously. Master Ace, if you don't know, like Master Ace is one of the dopest rappers again of all time.
He's not no comparison.
Come on,
you talking about Big Daddy Kane, man? And
I am.
All right, man.
Because Master.
This is much more of a personal opinion than like a factual thing or anything to that effect. Master Ace never had the
Big
critical
Daddy
success.
Kane is on the goddamn Mount Rushmore of hip hop.
Yeah, but Big Daddy Kane is somewhat limited in his variations, in his ability to flip styles on them.
Shit.
You know, to whereas other MCs can change the flow or, you know, change the subject matter. Big Daddy Kane is, if it ain't about pimping, he ain't rapping about it.
You need to listen to his first record, man. Hardcore. You need to listen to the first record real hard.
No.
Long Live the Kane. Just listen to that motherfucker.
I mean, he's good, but
I've listened to all of them, and I liked them to a degree.
He doesn't have a variety.
I don't want to bleed into a Kane conversation. We is talking about this.
I'm talking about Ace, man. It's the style that Ace kind of has his own style, and it's funny even to hear folks hear G-Rap recant sitting in a room with this nerdy kid with glasses and wondering the whole time, who's this kid and why the hell is he on this song with me, Kane, and the rest of you? Like, who's this guy? And like, if you to look at Craig G, who's like the other guy on Symphony, for instance.
Craig G, I believe that's me.
Craig G is a freestyler, and he's a dope freestyle MC. Super underrated. Folks don't necessarily know. None of his tracks were any good on a commercial level or like, you know what I mean? Like, just not. Yeah. But like freestyler, Craig G is nuts. Like, he honestly is. And that's how he got on the track. Cool G Rap is still sitting in this room with his kid with glasses going like, but like, what are you doing here? And I don't know, y'all. Master Ace Person Symphony is super dope, y'all. Like it's a great
Let
verse.
me get this off of here because we bleeding off into a whole other conversation.
Yeah.
But Craig G, man, come on, man. Craig G is Seagram's gin, and we talking about fine cognacs around him.
I'm talking about the symphony as a song, right? And the symphony again is Craig G, Cool G Rap, Big Daddy Kane, and Master Ace. And the story goes, we know who Cool G Rap is. We know who Big Daddy Kane is, right? Nobody really knew who Craig G was. I'm telling you who Craig G was. Craig G was a monster freestyle talent in New York at the time. That's how he got on the song. Outside of that, we all can recognize that like Craig G ain't, and you just said it, he's not really something to really talk about. But I'm telling you how he got on the song. The other kid, nobody knew how the kid got on the song. What's the kid with the glasses?
I know the story. I know the story.
I'm just saying the kid with the glasses.
I can tell you a story. I
kid with the glasses is fire. That's how, and he always has been.
Take me about 30 seconds to tell you the story. And it's as simple as this. There was a beat, there was a session set up. Kane was supposed to be there, G-Rap was supposed to be there, and Craig G was supposed to be there. Those are the three guys that were supposed to be on the record. And Kane was not. Let me take that back. Yeah, well, Kane was supposed to be there. Maybe Biz was supposed to be on that song, but I don't know. But it might have been just Kane, G-Rap, and Craig G. And when they got there, Master Ace was sitting there, and he was there sitting there. He drove one of them cats there. I can't remember whether it was Craig G or Cool G Rap, but he drove one of them there. He was just like a piece of furniture. He wasn't supposed to be saying a goddamn thing. But the beat came on, and at that time, it's about the amount of reel to reel you got. How much tape do you got? And after everybody get done with their verse, there's still some tape left, and somebody need to fill in that space. And you looked around the room, and it's like, anybody want to jump on it? And Master Ace was like, I get on it. And the other cats in the room was just like Kane and G-Rap was trying to find their way out the motherfucker. No, I take that back. The way it was supposed to start was G-Rap. Nobody wanted to go first because you got two of the deadliest MCs in the world in the room together, Kane and G-Rap at that time. And nobody wanted to go first. Craig G didn't want no parts of that shit. And nobody wanted to do nothing. So they sat there for a little while. And Marley Marl, if you listen to the record, I don't care who's first or who last, but I know that y'all better rock this at the drop of a dime, baby. That's how that came about. And nobody broke the ice. And so here comes Craig G, and Marley is about to let him get on the mic, and G-Rap and Kane saw that they're going to let this motherfucker with the glasses. They're finna let this motherfucker, they was calling them glasses in the studio. You're going to let this motherfucker get on the mic? And they was just getting ready to be out, and they was getting ready to go down the street fake like they was going to get something to eat, but they was finna be out. And then he got on the mic right before they was getting ready to leave, and they started hearing that shit, and they doubled back like, hold up. Like, glasses can go a little bit. And they hung around, and they liked this verse, and then that's how it all came together. They started spitting after they heard Master Ace go. And so he was a guy that wasn't even supposed to be there, but fucked around and was in the right place at the right time. And the symphony, one of the dopest records in hip hop, was born.
My boy's dope as shit. That's all I really got to say. Love that guy. He has some of the dopest lines of period, like of all time. Swinging like my dick in the toilet when I'm shitting. Like, who comes up with stuff like that?
Watch your mouth, man.
Hey, man, that's just a lyric. It's a lyric. It's a Master Ace lyric. It's brilliant.
All you gotta do is mute yourself, swinging like my in the toilet when I'm.
But like, I didn't write it. I'm just reciting it. If the song was on, I'd be reciting the same way. The kid is nasty. He is the major influence on Eminem's career and his cadence. If you ever really pay attention to it, it's very similar to Master Ace, and he'll tell you that. The dude's dope, man. The dude is real dope, and I've always
he's
really
a hard worker.
First of all,
Master Ace is still putting out music to this day,
To this day.
independently, and he's still going on tours, and not tours, as much as he still does shows. Put it like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
And he's got a song about it, how he's missed shows or tours because he had to work, but he still has a 9 to 5, but he still goes out, MCs, hustles, sells his merch after the show, hangs out till 2 in the morning when half the fans are gone, but it's fine because he's on his grind. And
one little thing, he's also in some capacity a former football player and a major football fan. These are the other little things I can tell you about Master Ace. He took some time off before he did Disposable Arts, which is at this point a pretty classic album, and that's much later in his career. Like Disposable Arts is like, I'd say like maybe 2017 or 2016-ish, somewhere around there, but much later in his career. Dope ass album. But he took some years off and just went back into like coaching and focusing on football because he loved it so much. And that's another reason why I'm a big fan of this.
2001 Disposable Art.
One last thing.
01?
Yeah.
One last thing I would say about Master Ace before we get off the subject and get into this last thing, which is a movie, is I know for a fact that he's a thinker and he's a forward thinker.
Brilliant.
He's able to think outside of the box, and he's not wrapped into, okay, this is what this is supposed to be. I know that because, you think about the chronology of the time when he made that record that has Sitting on Chrome and all that stuff on it. That record right now, if you listen to that record, for a fact that the music was moving away from the East Coast. And you can tell that the best music out, the most popular music, the music that was popping at that time was West Coast music with heavy bass in it. Heavy bass. The NWA, yep, the Ice Cubes and all that shit was happening. And Master Ace was brilliant for being a hardcore East Coast rapper, a real spitter. That sound was really, really boom bap. And it was strictly East Coast. Knowing and having the forward vision to know that this is not going to work for me, I'm going to have to go and take my sound out here. And he produced this shit.
Well, those are some of the dopest West Coast sounding beats, period. Like
that whole record is hitting.
That record is hitting. What's interesting,
Sitting on Chrome 1995.
Yeah, so those two, the two albums, Slaughterhouse before it, which is where the lyric I just quoted came from.
Welcome to the Slaughterhouse,
bro. So the Slaughterhouse album is like 1993, in the heart of like when hip hop really starts hitting. This is one of the top albums that kind of got slept on. And if you know about Slaughterhouse, it's a dope album from beginning to end. It's really good.
The Whack MCs.
Oh, so good, man. And Sitting on Chrome to Follow was a very large departure from the style that he put forward on Slaughterhouse. But his West Coast fuel, that bass fueled sound was so dope. Yeah, True Pilgrim. All three of those first Master Ace albums are super classics, bro. Super, in my opinion, super classic. I can play all three of those albums from back to back. No problem.
Because I can go on talking about this shit for the next 2 hours. Because the record, I still bump that shit now. I'm just being
Sitting
honest.
on Chrome, it is fire, bro. Yeah. It's a fire album.
Well, but that's the thing about Master Ace. He's never been, a top commercial guy.
No, never.
He's never been, a top. It's like, oh yeah, Master Ace is the dopest, but he's always been dope. He's always kept it true to himself. Makes his own beats, puts in his own work. Stays relevant with the times and the lyrics that he's spitting, and he's just a lover of hip hop, and he's a dope MC and a dope producer.
Yeah,
to this day,
absolutely.
He's intelligent, man, because you got to be a forward thinker. You got to be somebody that can think outside of the box. With the acclaim that he has, being one of the dopest East Coast rappers ever, with one of the dopest crews ever, And that sound is kind of in a box. That whole genre is in a box, and it sounds like something.
It's
And
funny you say it like that, because that first album, Take a Look Around, it really exudes that, and it was so like straight up, it was so slept on. Not a lot of people really listen to this album, but you know, he does a Biz Markie impression as one of his tracks, and that's just completely thinking out of the box. The next thing,
Me and the Biz.
Me and the Biz, the next thing he does on that album to finish the album off is, it's called 4 minus 3 is the name of the track, which just leaves one. So he redoes the symphony by himself, y'all, and it's really good. It's a really good re-rendition of the symphony, only by Master Ace. And you know, just that thinking outside of the box case scenario that you're bringing to light it has everything to do with why I like this guy as much as I do.
That's what intelligence really is. It's like when people start talking about who's smart, who's not, who's intelligent, who's not, who has intellect, who doesn't. Really, what it is somebody that can recognize, like if you have a thought to do something, can you, or to speak and say something, can you know exactly what you're about to say before you say it, and be intelligent enough to correct it and say it the right way? To me, that's real intelligence. Just while you're in the flow of talking, know how it's going to come out of your face, and you can correct it while you're saying it. That's kind of getting outside of the box.
Yeah.
That's real intellect right there. And he had it in spades.
And I appreciate that. That's probably one of the things I respect the most about any MC that I've been a fan of over the years. But he exudes it. So again, big ups to him. Big ups to Chris Parker, man. Big ups to KRS-One and what we sort of looked at with regards to By All Means Necessary, the album. It's a classic LP with some great joints on it. You know, I would not, you know, if you're gonna go back and listen to KRS-One, I would not say just go listen to that LP. I would heavily say go fill a Spotify playlist with Chris from beginning to end, and get an understanding of who this guy is. He's a fantastic rapper, a very brilliant mind, and you'll catch that all the way through his musical journey for sure.
And then I would also recommend going to YouTube and type in, you know, KRS-One lectures or KRS-One speeches. And they are filmed, you know, on the campuses from the lecture halls, you know, in real time. So, you know, they're hour and a half long, but he does his presentation, you know, he entertains questions. It's, you know, entertaining and educational. And it's also a look at, you know, him aside from, you know, the microphone or MCing.
Yeah.
All right. I'll tell you what, man, because we got only a certain amount of time here. We limited here, but I don't want y'all to feel like you're limited. Just to speak your mind. You guys are going to enjoy this one, I'm sure.
Oh, come on.
Oh man, I love this movie, man. This is a good movie.
John Wick.
Man,
wait a minute, hold on. We didn't do this right. My bad, y'all.
Oh, okay. Let's do it correctly.
Gotta do it the right way. We got to give my boy some love, man. But go ahead, fellas.
Yeah, John Wick, Keanu Reeves. Go ahead, kids. Kick it off.
Man, this man's poor dog, man.
No, not the puppy.
I do remember that part.
That's where you got to go right away. Like this is Keanu Reeves is one of my favorite actors of all time, and I'm sure many other people will say that. And it's not necessarily because he's like, you know, embodies different characters in films, because I think he's always the same guy, kind of. But I don't know. I there's only a couple of Keanu Reeves films that I don't like. Most of them I love. You know, Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, Obviously, John Wick, the entire Matrix series. I Love You to Death, which is a movie that's super slept on but hilarious. The big Keanu Reeves fan. But in this movie, man, I go to sit down with my wife. And I'm like, baby, you want to watch this movie? It's an action film, though. And she's like, you know what?
Wait a minute. First of all, kid, what do you remember what year this first one came out?
I don't, because I did not see it in the theater. I saw it probably maybe even a year, maybe even 2 years later. I saw it a fair amount later than when it came out. I could probably tell you in a minute.
I'd say about at least 12 years ago.
It's been a minute because there's been
2014.
There we go. Right, it's been a minute because there's been a host of sequels and a spinoff since. But you know, we were sitting in the living room. I'm like, do you want to watch this movie with me? And she was like, an action movie? Like, you really want me to sit down and watch like guns and fighting and stuff? Like, I'm sick of that. I don't really. How come every time we watch a movie and you choose it, it's some sort of action film? And she's giving me all kinds of attitude about it, and I'm like, all right, like, you don't have to watch me. You can go do something else, or I can go into another room. And she kind of stopped. She's like, nah, fine, just put it on. If I like it, I'll stick around and I'll watch it. Yo, when the scene with the dog goes down, that was it.
She had her.
That's it. She's in full on. And she's like, what are we going to do about this situation? You know what I mean? Like, what is John Wick
going to rectify this, John?
This needs to be rectified, John. How are we going to deal with this situation? Just so John Wick, little idiocy goes on and bad things happen to the Wick family, we'll say. But most importantly, the dog. And John Wick goes off the deep end, being the Baba Yaga bad MF he is, to get right.
With a pencil.
He gets right, y'all. He goes through all kinds of stuff, creates his own, his own lore and legend, if you will, in this movie. And it eventually ends with, the Baba Yaga getting his revenge. But now that we've created this lore and this legend, we can't just end it here. We need 3 more movies because this was super dope. And it's just a great series.
Let's see. Chapter 2, 2017. Chapter 3, 2019, and chapter 4, 2023. And they're working on a chapter 5.
Oh, really? I didn't realize they're working on chapter 5. I do know there's also the Ballerina, I believe, which is
the Ballerina spinoff.
Which is the spinoff. I haven't seen Ballerina yet, but I have seen the 4 John Wick films. It's funny, again, seen every single movie in this franchise, seen every single movie in the Matrix franchise, seen every single movie in the Bill and Ted's franchise. I love this guy, can pretty much do no wrong as far as I'm concerned. He's also Canadian, just to put that out there as well.
Well, my favorite Keanu Reeves expression that he does in every movie, he gets that faint hippie, kind of beach dude stare and goes, yeah.
Oh, there's another one, Point Break. Sorry, but continue.
Point Break, yeah. Speaking of beach dude.
Beach dude. Yeah.
And then the joint when he was with Morgan Freeman, he was a scientist back in the day.
I don't remember that.
Trying to like a reactor, trying to make energy for the world or something. But back to John
so
Wick.
Many, yeah.
It's I would say, somewhat unbelievable with the situations and the stunts, and it's like, ain't nobody.
Oh, he gets shot about 18,000 times.
There's no question because I'm not deep.
Chain reaction. Thank you, AC.
Okay, thanks, AC.
I'm not steeped into it, but isn't he part of some elite secret society of unalivers?
Well, it's kind of an anti-hero movie. And he's part of unalivers,
assassins.
Underworld.
Can we say assassins?
No,
secret society.
Unalivers.
Okay.
Well, assassins, I guess it's all right.
Yeah, Assassin's Creed. I mean, it's a movie, it's a video game. So it's that world, but he found love and he, got out of the life, if you will. And everyone's kind of envious of him that was in the life, but he's also well respected because of who he is and what he can do, Baba Yaga and all. So the character building, and then the world that they're in, that whole underworld scene, John Leguizamo, the chop shop dude, and then Winston, and his my man at the
At the
front desk
hotel.
at the hotel, from The Wire, so there's a network that he builds globally. And then so you see they're all kind of bad guys, but there are some bad guys with morals.
Yeah.
And so there's that dichotomy within the underworld of the assassin.
What to say, Trips? They figured out how to do the wrong thing the right way, huh?
Right. You know what I mean? And but then there was those that like to do the wrong thing the wrong way. And it's like, well, we can't do it that way. And so there's that, it comes to a head. It's like, look, we are bad guys, but there's rules to the game. And these are like, well, we're gonna change the rules. Hence, your dramatic arc. You know what I'm saying? Your conflict.
And there's also there's also the fact that this movie is the movie that popped into my mind is Denver When You're Dead. Anyways, he's trying to get out, right? And that's how the movie starts. He's kind of trying to get out of this whole,
and there's no way out.
This whole world he was trying to, that he had become, an apex assassin in. He's trying to get out of this world and go and just be with his woman and his dog.
Peace. And
next thing you know, that goes right out the window. And now you don't have that whole world, that home that you were going to sort of focus on. That's gone.
Sanctuary.
And this idiot kid took it from me. Now it's on. You know what I mean? And like he goes to the ends of the earth to make sure he gets back. But Tripp is right. They create lore. They create a world around all this that is interesting to the upon first view, because they only just touch on it. Hey, here's John Leguizamo. Hey, here's that's a child. Hey, here's the hotel. Here's the homie at the hotel. He seems to have some scruples. You know what I mean? And then oh snap, there's all kinds of bad people. And then there's a boss and there's the other boss. And like, how does this all fit together? And they just build it out and build it out and build it out for 4 more movies, and it really, really works.
Yeah, it flows.
It does.
Can I throw something at you
what
guys?
Up, Halle Berry?
I'm gonna throw a word or two out here for you all to agree or disagree. Do what you will. And this is the way I saw this whole thing. Okay, number one, I'm gonna use one word: tormented. Talking about John Wick.
Very much so.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And that was from, before, he met his wife and fell in love. He was living that life and he was good at it, but he was not a, let's say, happy person.
No.
It was very dark. He was very tormented. He was very tortured on the inside. And then once that respite, that love that he had, with the wife passing away, and then what happened to the dog, then the beast came out. He had to dig up his what he tried to bury away that he thought was deceased. And so now he had to revive this thing, and that, I think it was kind of a symbolism when he had to dig up his old life.
Mm-hmm.
That old life being, death. And so now we're back into that world. And so the way his transformation was always tortured, he just went from one level of being tortured to another.
Okay.
He was trying to escape being, a tortured existence initially, and was then tortured and went right back into that tortured existence to relieve himself of the torture.
Which leads me to my next question. Did the work of the devil and he can't get away from it now? Agree or disagree? Did the work of the devil unaliven, now he can't get away with it right now. So if it's like, even when you think you're out, you're going to get pulled back in because this is your life now.
Kind of, but the thing is, everybody that he unalived were bad people.
And we're great folks. Yeah, there is that factor.
That's true. But once you go down that road,
You know, so that's the thing, though. It's like, yes, he's doing bad acts, but he's doing bad acts to bad people who are doing worse acts to innocent people.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You know, either way, there's something about his soul that was always drawn to this life, and he lived it. And when he was ready to walk away from it, it was like, no, you belong in this world, and this is the underworld that you live in now. You might as well accept it. And I've seen probably 2 John Wick movies, and in every movie, that's the same thing. He's tormented by the fact that he deep down knows that, and
he doesn't want to. He was trying to leave. He didn't want to do this anymore.
But it's not his fault. He's so damn good at it.
Exactly.
Well, a part of it is like there was, if you guys recall, there's sort of like a set amount of missions he had to accomplish.
Yeah.
In order to be let out, because you can't just leave. You know what I mean?
So he had to jump through the hoops.
He had to go through the motions, jump through the hoops to get to this plateau where it was like, okay, I've done my job. I have my paper. I have my wife. I have the kid. Deuces, I'm out, right? Like, let me, or sorry, kid, dog. Let me get out of here and let me go and actually live life for real.
That's impossible when you do stuff like that, because everybody has family. Everybody has people that love them.
Well, the thing is, he wasn't. When he left. You know, what happened to his wife. You know, tragic. But he was still out until they pulled him back in.
Even them pulling him back in, though, you have to respect, was a complete and total mistake. Like, they fucked up.
Right.
Like the kid who is. The kid messed up, man. He should not have done this. This was an accident. This was a mistake, and he wound up paying dearly for this mistake. Like, he really did. But it wasn't as if, you know, a lot of the time when we see movies like this, it's like, yeah, you kind of gave you sold your soul in this capacity, and you should, somebody should seek retribution against you for doing it, and then they go off on whatever mission they wind up going off. In this case, he'd done his job. Job was over, unfortunately for the wife, but he still had his pup, and he was still ready to get out of the situation and go be a good guy.
And he was trying to find some morality in what he was doing. And there was morality there because, like you said, Trips was saying, he was doing in some effed up people.
Well, but look at True Pilgrim's comment. And I got
I was going there. I was kind of going there, but let me read it. He said, well, Common's character wasn't a bad guy, and Wick was still trying to smoke him.
Yeah, he was.
And that's another thing. But I want to go to the scene. I don't know.
Wait, hold on. Before you go, Common's character was in that world. So he was an assassin as well.
You were innocent people.
It just happened to be that he worked for somebody bad as a protector, and now that John Wick had to go against him, they were against each other because of that professional thing. But as he said, professional courtesy. So the standards and the morals kept Common alive in the movie because John Wick had, those same kind of morals and standards. It's like, oh, it's business. It wasn't personal. I get it. All right, we got to battle it out. It's like, I could unalive you, but I'm not. And the look on Common's face, kind of set it up, is like, okay, I like that respect, or yeah, I'm gonna get you one day, for future movies.
It was one or the other. You're right. There's a rapper we should probably touch on at some point.
Hold on, before you even do that, I don't remember if I'm right or not, but is Samuel L. Jackson in this movie?
No.
Okay. All right. So this scene that I'm thinking about, when it's right behind that scene that y'all talking about with Common, they're getting into it and all that, and he's in this room with all these assassins. If you look at the assassins around him, you remember that scene when he's in that room in that secret society place where can't nobody get in there but them, and they all there. They were all in that hotel. I don't know if they was in the lobby or wherever they was at, but they was all in the same room, kind of. And you can see the look of resignation on all of their faces. They know in that room, they know this is what they are, and this is what they're always going to be until the bitter end. However it's going to end, they know this is their fate. And Keanu Reeves seemed like the only one that was unresigned to his fate.
Yeah,
and all
because
trying to rein them into like, this is what you are, man. You gotta accept it at some point.
Well, but then that was sorry to cut you off, kids,
Mhm.
real quick. But that was part of the friction that he had with the rest of the society, because he wanted out, and they looked at him like, "Who the hell you think you are?" And
Right.
then once he got out, they was mad because he got out because nobody's supposed to be able to get out.
he's also like the apex assassin, right? And that's part of that.
Envy, jealousy.
You know what I mean? Like them looking at him and him not having any real confidence issue, because he knows he's the guy, and they know he's the guy. So like their view of him.
It seems like he didn't see himself as that.
No, he's still tortured though. Like
Right.
to
He
use
didn't
the
wanna be
word
the
that
guy, he
you
just
used
did.
before, he's still tortured, but
Right.
he knows in this world he's up here. Nobody really can touch him in this world, and this is a very violent, serious world. And those other assassins were kind of looking at him like, you know what? Yeah, we probably gonna have to come get you, and
Like any of us
get us. You know what I mean? Like you might if we gotta go against you, that's not cool. Like, damn,
like
this
he
could be
it
a real
was-
problem.
that whole scene was you're a threat to all of us, we're all a threat to you. But we
Mhm.
all know that together, and so we have that in common, so we don't need to be a threat to each other. But he was the only one that he knows he's dangerous, but at the same time, that's not what the existence he wanted for himself. But everybody else knew that this is my calling.
Yeah, but it's foreshadowing. But in subsequent movies, when he goes back to his Ukrainian Russian family, he grew up tortured. You know what I mean? So he never knew peace. That's
Mhm.
all he wanted. He wanted to find peace, but nobody would let the man find peace.
And he never will.
Nah.
That's the whole point. And so everybody sees the good morals and good, direction that he wanted to go. He knows he effed up and he's doing bad stuff and unaliving people. But when he wanted out, that's just not how the world works, especially for you. This
So-
world works this way, and we're trying to tell you that. But I guess we're gonna have to keep going through changes with you until you understand. Maybe we have to unalive you, and that's why the John Wick series is so good, because he's fighting with his own morality and his own understanding of, okay, I've done enough, I've had enough. This ain't what I want for myself. I've changed. I want to be this person, and they keep trying to tell him like, dog, it ain't gonna work like that.
Well, that was part of the darkness of that world, because you had to serve, be filthy to the table. I have served, I will be of service. And so while yes, they were working that job as like the assassins, but many of them were doing it against their will. Look at the well, it's not John Wick, it's later, but the Halle Berry character. Later on, the dude with the backpack and the dog. They were all in this bad underworld, but they all had standards.
Damn, I gotta start
More.
watching this shit.
As soon as Halle Berry's name got dropped,
Yeah, I'm in there. No shit.
I shouldn't have
Halle
missed
Berry
John
probably
Wick
about 55 years old, fine and a motherfucker.
No, she still can get it. Hell yeah.
She's
But yeah, it's a very once you look at this movie and look at it on all the different levels that we talked about, it goes just so much beyond, just a shoot 'em up.
Mm-hmm. They did a great job, and I want to give one shout out here on this movie to Alfie Allen, because like Alfie Allen has gone through, systematically, Alfie Allen has been just tortured as a character in anything he's been in, or at least anything that I've seen. So Alfie Allen is the kid who messes with the dog and gets John Wick's wrath.
Mm-hmm.
He's also Theon Greyjoy from Game of Thrones, and if you know who Greyjoy is in Game of Thrones, he has one of the most tragic arcs in Game of Thrones, period. So take that for what it's worth.
Say less, bro.
Did you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, say less, man.
Okay.
That's the thing I can tell you.
Hey, but also want to give a shout out, or I mentioned earlier, rest in peace from The Wire, Lance Riddick.
Oh, he's passed away?
I thought he did, didn't he?
He passed away a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Oh no, I didn't realize
He
that.
was in a show that I was watching. Damn, what was that show? He was in a hospital show or something, or NYP, Chicago PD or something.
Yeah, he was.
He
He was
passed away
like
in 2023.
Yeah, he's been in a lot of other things, but there's another guy I'm looking for. It might have been a different movie, but he was also on The Wire, the detective that they locked away in the basement, the old guy, and he was in the Assassin's Hotel, and he was like catch and release. You know, the Maid to Find You. That dude, he was also on The Wire.
Yeah.
Damn.
I'm gonna wrap this up in my own way because
Scott
I've
Adkins.
only seen the first episode. I mean, the first movie, and I can only remember so much of it because my girlfriend was right here.
Willem Dafoe.
It's and I think I was thinking Samuel L. Jackson, but I think somebody corrected me in here. It might be True Pilgrim. Yeah, True Pilgrim said you must be thinking about Lawrence Fishburne. Maybe that's the person.
Yeah, because Lawrence Fishburne is in it. Donnie Yen, classic martial artist, you know, kind of a good guy. John Leguizamo, kind of a good guy, even though in a bad situation. Willem Dafoe, kind of a good guy. Angelica Houston, yeah, she was all bad. Ruby Rose, but there are a lot of, you know, top celebrities, top actors and actresses, you know, in these series, you know, playing very eclectic roles.
Previously Frozen Studios 77 from YouTube says, "Are they cops?" Wow.
No.
Nah.
You need to see this movie, Previously Frozen.
Come on,
You're missing out.
You got to throw that out.
Everything but a cop.
You know, but the cops were like, "Hello, Mr. Wick. Is everything okay?"
That's funny as hell right there. But yeah, you got to check that out. Hey, I don't get too much into these movies right here, but I'm interested in
John Wick is my hero, the Black Echo says.
Keanu Reeves plays in movies, and he's got the status where he can pick up a script and put it down. It's like, no, that's not for me. Yeah. Instead of taking every role that has to, you know, that shoved in his lap. And he finds roles that are kind of legendary right now. You know what I mean? So somebody mentioned that he's the best action movie guy there is. And it's hard to argue that. It's hard to argue that.
But the movie as a whole, you know, he's a great lead character for that role. But the movie itself, the way it's shot, the stunts, the visual effects, is a sommelier and the weaponry and how they go through that and how they, you know, kind of explain what his suit is and why he seems, you know, bulletproof. You know, the setup and planning of the missions that he goes on and how he does all that. So there's a lot going on there that just goes beyond, you know, shoot 'em up. So if you get the opportunity to watch it, you know, just watch it and then you're gonna want to, you know, continue with the subsequent films. And they're all different, but they're all the same, but they all kind of, you know, tell a story. So it's very interesting, you know, when he goes to China, you know, it hooks up with his people over there, you know, bad people, but good. So, you know, that dichotomy exists throughout the whole series.
Okay, last thing, man, we do have to get out of here, man. I do have to get out of here. I think he had been looking and searching for a role to getting out of the pigeonhole that his whole acting career was in, which is The Matrix. He was forever going to be Neo. Forever. Had he not found this role right here, I think he's still forever Neo for a lot of people.
No.
But, you know, this role right here gives him at least some kind of little bit of dynamic, you know what I mean? So that people don't totally just see him as Neo, because he did that seem like 80 years ago, but people still, that whole genre of the Matrix is still as powerful as ever right now today. But this role of John Wick has definitely moved the pendulum for him, and that's good, for his acting career. But if I told you right now, I pull up the first you know this is a promo image of John Wick. If I pulled up the first promo image of the Matrix, it almost looked exactly the same, as far as the color and how everything is set up. It's almost identical. And so I just wanted to point that out before we get out of here, and get some final thoughts before we get the hell on up out of here, man. What do you guys think about the show tonight, and what you guys want to tell the people?
Well, I'll go. I love Bears football. I like food. John Wick's Keanu Reeves is one of my favorite actors of all time, and Karis One is one of my favorite MCs of all time. So we went clean around the horn here tonight. Hit up all the good stuff, and talked about some world focused things as well, current events, if you will. All that being said, really happy that y'all came through and hung out with us again on a Wednesday night for Extra Sauce. Give us a like, share, subscribe, drop a comment or something to that effect. Subscribe, if you will, to Sports Chicago Style, the Nomad Network, and Kids of Canuck. Mad love to all you guys for coming through and spending your time with us.
As we're now on the back end of July, going into it, and we're still here with you. We appreciate you all being here with us, on all three networks. As Kaz was saying, make sure you are subscribed. Make sure you do the liking, for the Nomad Network, for Kaz Canuck and Sports Chicago Style, also known as at RRSCS. The season's coming up. There are going to be moves made, camp starting up, but before we get there, there's still more summer to enjoy, and there's still more topics to be discussed. So I guess the next time we're with you on Sunday night, we will be doing more of the above.
Amen to that. Hey, 10 days, man. 10 days until training camp starts. And when it gets to this point, I said at the very top of the show, I'm like, the antsy gets a little bit overwhelming for me. So I got to find things to do to keep my mind off the shit, be honest with you. Right about now, the last thing I want to do is think about Bears football, because I just get too excited about it, man. So I'm going to be trying to keep myself busy so the shit don't go and spill over, man. Y'all don't understand how this shit is for me, man, but it's deep. And we're only 10 days away from training camp, when we're going to be overloaded and inundated with all kinds of Bears content. And I do expect, and this is just me thinking out loud, I do expect that there may be a signing or two, and I'm talking about maybe an extension, maybe or two, get some guys under contract. It's a lot of stuff that needs to happen, or a couple of things that need to happen with the Bears before they even get this training camp started. And that's making sure they got the right guys under contract, and they're trying to do due diligence ahead of time before we go into the season. So you got Darnell Wright, you got, who knows, Javon Deck, who knows. There'll be some signings going on between now and training camp. Somebody's going to get some ink before this training camp even starts, and that's just the right way to do business. But looking forward to that this week. And thank you guys for being here one more time. It's always fun doing this show when we got everybody in here that are willing to talk about all this different kind of content that we talk about here on the show. I love doing it. And like I said, man, I don't know what my work future is going to look like. So every chance I get to do either one of these two shows, I'm willing to do it. But when I cannot, I'll miss you guys, and I'll see you next time I get in here. But hopefully that ain't going to happen in the next week or so. So we hopefully we'll be here Sunday for Nomad at Night. But I want to thank you guys one more time on behalf of Sports Chicago Style, on behalf of Kids of Canuck, and on behalf of the Nomad Network, and say thank you. Love you guys. Good night, and love, peace, and hair grease, y'all.